Hello and welcome to a very special edition of the Rough Rider Poker Tour feature table live stream. You are joining us for day 2 of the $1,000 buy-in Dream Chaser event here at Spirit Lake Casino and Resort. This is an amazing weekend here for the Dakota Jim Dandy Poker Festival. We had our first ever $1,000 buy-in that kicked off Saturday at 3 p.m., and we were blown away by the turnout. 116 individual players, 168 total entries, $147,000 prize pool. That is an RPT and a North Dakota state record. I'm glad I got to be a part of it. This is Keith Lauder III coming at you from the booth. We've got quite the lineup here. We've got 29 players remaining on day 2. Everybody is playing for $40,000 up top. Quite the cast of characters and list of accomplishments I could talk about for hours with this final table group. Starting off in seat number 1, that is Chad Himmelsbach from Mandan, North Dakota. Recently moved to Las Vegas, Nevada. He is one of 2 World Series of Poker bracelet winners from the state of North Dakota. He's got around $700,000 in career earnings. No surprise that he is here in the hunt. Kevin Clyde, a.k.a. Mr. Medora, he is here in the number 2 spot. He's going to open this thing up with King Jack of Hearts to $65,000. We're playing 10K, 20K, 20K big blind ante. Robert Urbach. I'd say he's an up-and-coming poker great here, but he's already up and he has already come, if you know what I'm saying, folks. He is a very accomplished guy. Nobody's had a better couple of years in poker than Rob Urbach. Wins and cashes, final tables all over the country. The guy is a great player. Unfortunately, he came to this final table with just $45,000. He is all in on hand number 1 with ace-7 of clubs. He's a favorite up against the King Jack of Hearts for Kevin Clyde. So we'll see. Interesting flop here. King 9, 4, 2 clubs. Kevin takes the lead. Rob needs an ace or a club here to stay alive. Jack of diamonds is 2 pair. Now he can only catch a club or he is wamboozled. 5 of clubs? He stands up and he sits right back down, and Rob Erb is back up to 7 big blinds. Probably feels like a mountain. He lost a big flip to Preston Dean right before we went on break to come to this feature table. His 7s could not hold against the ace-king for Preston. But he finds a favorable river card there. And Rob Urbach is doubling up. He is a crusher in the streets online. He plays on Global Poker. He says he thinks he's won about 100 Hold'em tournaments in 2023 alone on Global. So he puts in a lot of volume for sure. Right next door, if he looks familiar, he really should. That is Leonardo Valenzuela. He came this weekend all the way from Shepherd, Montana. He is coming off a career best cash of $78,000. He was the MSPT Deadwood Shootout champion just last month. And he's had a great weekend so far already here at the casino with a couple cashes. He final tabled the Friday Night Monster Stack, and he is looking for $40,000 if he can close this one out today. Next to him is one of the best players in central North Dakota. That's Aaron Rapp out of Jamestown, North Dakota. He is a crusher. Plenty of cashes on the RPT, MSPT, all over Vegas. Definitely a formidable opponent. And there is Michael Baker from Minot. He's got one of the best mouths in the game. And if he's ever been the big blind, you know he's asked you for a walk. So Mike Baker, rounding out this tough final table lineup. He's probably got about 7 to 10 RPT plaques to his name, as well as some MSPT cashes. And plenty of nice cashes down in Vegas. He's over $100,000 in career earnings. So that's our lineup. Mark Duffner is here as well in the 4 seat out of the, I believe, maybe Crookston, Minnesota area. Very good player as well. Mark crushes the 701 and DPT tournaments there in the Fargo Grand Forks area. And he's had some success, not his first time being on the feature table when he's come out to an RPT event. So good luck to all these guys. Preston Dean from Minot is here. He won the largest ever first place prize in North Dakota back in 2014. That was at the Vegas Motel for the New Year's North Dakota Texas Hold'em Championship. So about 9 years ago, Preston Dean was the last man standing, good for $50K. Those guys are pretty notorious for having a very top-heavy prize pool, so we couldn't boast this tournament having the biggest first-place prize ever in North Dakota history, but it is the biggest prize pool and the first ever $1,000 buy-in. So thank you for you guys listening. If any of you guys played this weekend, thanks for being a part of history. I'm sure glad I got to be. I got to hop in this tournament after dinner break yesterday and have an exciting couple of all-in hands to stay alive. I made it to day 2 with one of the short stacks, and unfortunately I had no cards and no spots, and I was eliminated in 37th place. But I'm here in the booth, happy to be here, happy to be working this historic championship Sunday. We're going to crown our first ever Dream Chaser champion here, probably around 7:10 p.m. if I had to put a timestamp on it. And we'll be live streaming that all the way till the final hand is dealt, so stay tuned for that. You guys are watching on a 15-minute delay on Facebook and YouTube, so make sure to like and share. Subscribe to the Rough Rider Poker Tour on YouTube. Check out roughriderpokertour.com for upcoming events in your area. We'll be back here over New Year's weekend for the Casino State Championship. We upped the buy-in to $200. It features 4 starting flights, an estimated $150,000 prize pool, and I would estimate first place to be around $40,000 as well. That is over New Year's weekend. We hope to see you here. Get a room while you still can. It's going to be absolute chaos in a good way. We can't wait. Back to the action here. Mark Duffner under the gun with Queen Jack of Hearts. He's going to open this pot to $45,000. Preston defends from the big blind with 5-4 and flops the best hand, 10-4-3. Preston going to lead at it for $40K, and that's good enough to end things for this hand. And we're on to the next one. We've got one of our most loyal and faithful dealers, Jessica Kendall from Fairview, Montana. She is in the box. She spent all day dealing this live stream for the FPN North Dakota State tournament. She had a blast doing that, learning and meeting some new players, dealing with some new chips, the whole 9 yards, and she's back here in the comfort zone with the RPT today, dealing for some very high stakes. Love to have her. Jess Kendall. So Rob Urbach came with $45K. He spun it up with the A7 of clubs right away. We'll see if he can start upward trending. He's a very dangerous player with chips. He's a very dangerous player with no chips, too. One of the best short stack players that I've ever seen. He knows how to pick his spots. That's for sure. Aaron Rapp with the king-queen in middle position here, going to open this pot to $55,000, and that will do it. Like I mentioned before, we came back from this break with 29 players remaining. 47 of them started day 2, so we've already lost 18 players. Top 20 are getting paid. I believe a min cash is $1,790. And there are some very juicy final table pay jumps. Once again, all the way up to 40 grand for first place. What an event. We had a poll on Facebook to guess the amount of individual players that would buy into this Dream Chaser, and there was guesses literally all over the map, from the mid-20s to the high 200s, and we are very happy that 116 players ponied up $1,000 to play this thing. Some of them even 2, 3, 4 re-entries. We're not going to mention any names, but bullets and chips were flying. It was just an awesome atmosphere here yesterday for day one of the Dream Chaser. We also have a $5,000 Player of the Series that will be awarded at the end of today, and there are a ton of players in the hunt. A lot of players have had multiple cashes, multiple final tables. Chad Hageberg from Lisbon currently ahead on that leaderboard, but only by a few points, and he is not in the Dream Chaser. And a lot of the players that are right behind him are still in this thing. So I would say things will change, and that lead will not hold up for Chad, because guys like Eric Nordstrom, the Big O champion, all he has to do is cash this tournament, and he will jump ahead of Chad. So we'll see how things shake up. We also have the $315 championship event. That is for points as well, so we will not know who that Player of the Series is until that final tournament wraps up. So stay tuned for that. An extra $5K in somebody's pocket. We are off next weekend, Thanksgiving weekend, but you can check out our friends at 701 Poker Tour. They are hosting the Red River Valley Poker Championship. That's at the Doubletree Hotel in West Fargo. Always a good time. They always get 100-plus bodies rolling in for that one. So if you want to get your poker fix here after a nice Thanksgiving meal, they've got you covered there in West Fargo. And then we'll be back for more RPT action at the beginning of December. And the second weekend of December is our always popular RPT main event. That's a $300 freeze out at the Bismarck Elks Lodge. And, of course, the Casino State Championship over New Year's. You do not want to miss that. Robert Urbach in the small blind. Blind on blind. He jams the ace-9. And it looks like it's going to get through. Leo with the 7-5. Not going to entertain that. So once again, guys, thanks for joining us. Live from Spirit Lake Casino and Resort. This is day 2 of the $1,000 buy-in Dream Chaser event. $40K up for grabs. A feature table full of heavy hitters. MSPT champions. World Series of Poker bracelet winners. North Dakota State, Texas Hold'em record-breaking 50K winner Preston Dean is here. I mean, a lot of accomplishments between these guys. Mr. Medora there, Kevin Clyde in the 2-seat. He played yesterday, unfortunately busted, and he didn't think he wanted to get back in. He wasn't running very well, and somebody said, this thing is huge. You want to get back in there. There's going to be so much money up for grabs, and he bought in at the end of registration, and here he is in the hunt for 40K. Mr. Medora, loves seeing Kevin when he comes out to an RPT event. Nice guy.
2-minute alert for the $350 championship. 2-minute warning. All in pot in a Dream Chaser. DJ's all in with Jack 6, blind on blind versus Jack 7. Flop comes 5-9 king. Turns to 7, he needs an 8, but it's an ace that will not do it.
So Preston in the hijack with ace-jack offsuit going to limp in. And gets to Aaron in the big blind. He's going to check the ace-3 of diamonds. We'll see if an ace hits here for a little spicy action. But it comes king 9-4, all spades. Preston holds the only spade. There's still plenty of runouts that these guys will chop as well if it gets to showdown. Preston get a bet and take that one down. Nice play from him. Big Dallas Cowboys fan if you couldn't put that together. So somebody is going to claim the bragging rights of the first ever $1,000 buy-in in the state of North Dakota. Somebody's going to be that champion. What an accomplishment it will be. $40,000. Biggest first place prize RPT has ever awarded over our 20-year history. And if you didn't already hear, we are starting the Rough Rider Poker Tour Hall of Fame over New Year's weekend as well. We've got our first 3 inductees picked out, and they are 3 legends, folks. I can't reveal them now. If you want to find out, I suggest coming to Spirit Lake Casino and Resort. But these 3 players, absolute animals on the RPT. Rob Urbach in the cutoff found Queen-8 of diamonds. He's going to get looked up by Leonardo. He's got 2 9s on the button. We'll see if he wants to flat or isolate here with the raise, but I don't see any version of him that throws the 2 9s away. He does have 2 players in the blinds to worry about. He knows Rob, a very tough, capable player. Can have a pretty wide range of hands here, folded 2 in late position. And Leo makes the call, and the blinds get out of the way. So Rob, can he find some more lightning in a bottle here? He's got the Queen-8 versus 2 9s, trying to get back to 21.5 big blinds. If he can survive this one. Flop comes King, Deuce, 7. He needs a queen quickly.
All right, 315, shovel up and deal.
3 on the turn. He's down to 3 outs. King on the river. That'll do it for Rob Urbach. Valiant effort for him. I thought he was going to spin it back up to the moon. Not meant to be. The pot over to Leonardo Valenzuela, who is closing in on 1 million chips now. And we just lost DJ Hammond, I believe, on an outer table. So table number 4 should be breaking, and we should be having a few more players filling in. We'll be down to 27 remaining here in the Dream Chaser, 7 away from the money. A very important min cash, almost $1,800 for 20th place. Once again, guys, thank you for joining us. You've got KL3 in the booth bringing this action to you. Make sure to like and share if you're watching on Facebook. If you're on YouTube, make sure to subscribe to the Rough Rider Poker Tour. And if you're interested in playing any of our events in the future, just head over to roughriderpokertour.com and click on the calendar tab. We've got something for everybody. Leonardo, back at it. The very next hand, he's got ace-king in the cutoff. He's going to open this pot to 50,000. It's going to fold over to the blinds. Michael Baker in the small blind. Has not folded yet. We haven't seen his cards. He's got a thinker, though. Ooh, 2 9s. Very interesting spot. We'll see how he elects to play this. Out of position, I can see him just flatting, but he knows Leonardo is a very active player. He might try to 3-bet and end things right now. I'm going to tell you right now that Leonardo is going to put in the 4-bet jam in his face if he does just that. And he 3-bets to 135. Oh, my. We've got a little hiccup in my plans here because Chad Himmelspach in the big blind looks down at 2 jacks. He started this hand with just under 20 big blinds. What a spot for him. A raise and a 3-bet. The wheels are turning. Chad, a super good player. I couldn't tell you what he's going to do here. He does make the all-in jam, and now Leonardo Wow, he quickly folds the ace-king. No thought about it for Leo. And back to Baker, and his nines are experiencing what we like to call a little bit of shrinkage. And he feels like he may be in a very rough spot if he were to make this call. He does make the call, hoping Chad's got the ace-king, but he has 2 jacks. Baker has him covered with 2 nines, and Leo, with the ace-king in the muck, is going to sit on the sidelines and watch this board run out. Jack 8-8. Leo's not kicking himself now. That is full house for Chad. Wow, if a 4th 8 comes, he would have won with ace high. It would have been disgusting. But Chad Himmelsbach finds a dream scenario. Almost the triple up after Leo's money got put in there. He is up to over 900,000. Chad Himmelsbach, very dangerous once again. Wow, what a spot there. Leo basically loses the minimum there with ace-king. It's hard to say how it would have played out if Baker just flatted with the nines there out of position. I think Chad still makes the rip, and now Leo probably not as concerned with Baker. Maybe he puts the ace-king in. Pretty crazy how that hand could have played out, but Chad Himmelsbach flopping jacks full. And he's up to 1,000,000 chips. Speaking of jacks full, poor Chad. He won a satellite into the $10,000 WSOP main event this summer. Unfortunately, he had pocket jacks, and he made the nut full house early on in day 1. And the nut full house, folks, is no good when you're up against quads. He was not able to save any chips after that hand, and he was eliminated early on day 1 in a gross spot. Jacks full of 7s to quad 7s. It feels like the bigger the buy-in, the crazier the bad beats you see. I saw a hand yesterday between Jeremy Theory and Weston Wells where Jeremy had queen 10, and the flop was queen 10. Weston was in the pot as well. He walked the dog and checked it all the way to the river, but the board ran out 5-5. And if you can believe it, Weston had 2 5s in his hand. Quad 5s over the nut full house for an insane hand. Jeremy was fortunate enough to have chips left over and make it to day 2, but he did not survive with the short stack. He was out on hand number 1 today. Weston, unfortunately, not in the field anymore as well. Back to the action. Aaron Rapp, 2 kings in the cutoff, going to make it 60,000. Chad with the ace-9 offsuit in the small blind. Ace-9, obviously a very vulnerable hand, and he's out of position. Aaron is on the shorter stack, so he might want to take a line where he tries to commit Aaron. We'll see how he decides to play this. He's got Mr. Medora there in the big blind as well. And yeah, Chad is going to raise and commit himself to this hand once Aaron goes all in. And he's going to see the bad news. So Aaron doing some inventory before he ships it. And he does indeed. Chad going to get a count, but I think he has committed himself. We'll see, though. Like I said, very good player. At this point, he knows there's probably no scenario where ace-9 is ahead of Aaron Rapp's 4-bet jam here. He's just thinking, do I have the 3-outer? Is my ace good if it comes? How much did I put in? How much is in the pot? All those things going through Chad's head here. As Aaron is loving life, smiling, knows he's 1,000,000 miles ahead after Chad hasn't put the chips in yet. So great spot for Aaron one way or another. He's either going to take down a nice pot pre or have a good chance at stacking up a nice pot if these kings can hold. Some big hands already here at this feature table. Love the action. Good for the viewers. So Chad crunching it. He did 3-bet to 200K. That's 10 big blinds. And it's another 295, it looks like. That might be just enough where Chad is going to make the fold. He does indeed. I think if Aaron's got about 420 or 400 about 400 to 420, I think he makes the call. But Aaron's got just enough where Chad feels like he doesn't have to make that call. So we're going to move on to the next one. Aaron's happy. Chad's happy he didn't have to punt another 295K with a dominated hand. And that's just two good players playing poker right there, folks. And we're on to the next one. Mark Duffner, under the gun, ace-king offsuit. He's kind of got an awkward stack size himself with about 17 big blinds, and he is all in. And Leo picks up ace-king as well. I expect Leo to reship it here. We'll see if anybody else wakes up with a premium to really throw a wrench in this hand. So Leo with the rejam to 900K. Can anybody pick up a monster? Because that's what it's going to take to put chips in this pot for these guys left to act. Oh, looks like we got Gary Ewald who joined this table. Welcome, Gary. Very accomplished poker player out of West Fargo. Chad Himmelsbach had 2 9s, but they go quickly into the muck, and everybody else out of the way. So we're going to run this out. Leo is free rolling for the bust out if he can get running diamonds. And we're going to chop him. Chad would have made 3 9s on the river, but it would have been the most dangerous call off of the day for him. 2 all-ins in front of him left with a pair of 9s. So those two guys chopping, and we are going to move on to the next hand. If you're just joining us, guys, this is day 2 of the $1,000 buy-in Dream Chaser tournament. 27 players remain. 20 are getting paid, $40,000 for first place. 168 entries for our first ever $1,000 buy-in. We are blown away. Thank you guys for all the support. And it looks like I've got a special guest joining me in the booth.
Extra special guest.
Extra special guest, indeed.
Thank you, brother.
So let's welcome Robert Urbach to the booth.
Cool, thank you.
Hello, Rob. Unfortunately,
We gave it a spin.
gave it a spin, indeed.
Got
He's
sucked
gonna
out
try-
on Queen 8 suited versus 9s.
I saw that.
What's going to happen?
Yeah. So you
What's
got
happened
Keith and
since?
Rob going to bring this action to you now.
For a little bit, I got a tournament to jump into.
Oh, yeah,
so I
Rob
got a
is going
player
to
of the
hop in the
series to
Sunday
win.
Championship. He is in the running for that 5K player of the series, but he'll join me for a while. Rob, how we doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Had a good weekend so far. Almost did the 1 bullet 4 for 4. We gave it a shot.
Yeah. If Rob would have cashed this thing, it would have been 4 tournaments in a row this series. But he does have one more to play, Rob, so good luck to you once you hop in that Sunday championship
We'll give it a
event.
run. Oh, boy. Ace 2 soft suit and 10-5 suited.
Yeah, blind on
Blind battle?
blind. Yeah. Each player flops a piece. Not
Oh.
enough for Mark on his short
Preston
stack.
could have been in this hand from anywhere on the table.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I was curious.
Preston's been pretty active so far on this feature. I know he was active on the outer table. You were playing with him to start today.
Yeah.
You said his VPIP was about 710%?
Yeah. He was in, I played a couple hands at the tables next to him, I think.
Yeah.
He was playing, and he was playing,
Solitaire on his phone.
no, he was playing Pinochle, I
Pinochle.
guess. He corrected me. It looked like solitaire.
Yeah, the guy loves to see cards.
He's-
I know that much.
And he's an awesome dude.
Did you know this about Preston Dean? He won the first
I was
ever
there.
50K buy, and you were there.
I was there.
Awesome. Yeah. That was
I
back
cashed in that thing for $125 or
Oh,
something.
so
or
you must have
whatever.
outlasted about 98% of the field.
I outlasted like 7,000 people and got $30, I think. I was probably in more than one bullet, so
Yeah.
lost money.
So Preston, yeah, $50K in 2014.
It was his first ever tournament, he told me.
Wow.
This is the first ever tournament he
Yeah,
played.
that
He
story
won
also has,
$50,000.
I believe, that cash propelled him into opening his own business. It's like, he does like some Roto-Rooter,
Cool,
you know,
cool, yeah.
stuff like that.
Good
so
for him.
yeah, so that was the start of that. And
Yeah, him and his wife are great. I played with him in
living
Deadwood.
the good life. Yeah,
And,
Preston's a great guy for sure.
I walked over to his table. He had 40K, and 2 hours later, he had 700,000. Just smashed.
He's on the yo-yo. Another guy on the yo-yo is your
Tim
former
Rice.
roommate Tim Rice,
My
who is
boy.
joining us. Yes,
I love Tim.
he told me today. I was sitting with him. He said, "Somebody's really got to take me to some kind of chip stacking school because I suck at it." I say, "That's a problem, Tim, because you've always got a lot of chips." in
Yeah,
front
he
of you."
should learn how to stack them because he has a lot of them a lot of
Yeah.
times. He could take.
Wow, he's all in here with 9 high like a boss, Rob,
Oh,
as he sits down at his
boy.
table, and Chad is left with second pair.
Oh, boy.
And Chad probably doesn't have a lot of history with Tim Rice.
If he did, I have a feeling Chad would call here. But did he just open lead gem? Is that
It
what
looks
happened?
like it
Oh,
here,
wow.
yeah.
Fearless.
Absolutely fearless.
Oh, and he called.
Chad makes the call, but
Ironically, he's still live.
yeah, he's not in the worst shape. He can catch a
Yeah.
9-7, or he can make runners to make straight.
Jack's.
Turn his jack. Now he's going to need a 9 or a 7.
6 outs.
3 of his outs have been folded, and it's a 6 on the river.
Good run, Tim.
So Tim Rice, we love the effort. Obviously, that was a valiant effort.
Hey, 9 high like a boss.
9 high like a boss. Chad breaks it down, makes the correct call there with second pair of 3s, and he is stacking those chips.
He just happened to have a pair there. I wonder what he would have done with ace queen.
They just played a really interesting hand. How did this hand play out? Somebody opened. Leonardo 3-bet. No, Leo opened the ace-king. Okay. Folds to Baker in the small blind. He 3-bets with 2 9s.
Okay.
Chad Himmelsbach peels 2 jacks in the big blind. 4-bet jams. Leo puts no thought into it at all. Folds the ace-king. Baker knows his hand shrinks up. He thinks and thinks. He can afford it. He makes the call. 9s versus jacks. Flop comes jack 8-8. So Leo's not kicking himself. Chad makes the nut full house. Pretty interesting spot because if Baker would have just flatted out of position there in the small blind with the 9s, Chad probably still makes the jam with the jacks. And now Leo not as
snaps.
worried about
Nope.
Michael, probably gets in there. But
Yeah.
yeah, it was a pretty interesting hand between 3 high-level thinking players here, and Chad, the jacks hold up to get him to almost
Sure.
a million chips.
I'm actually a little surprised they folded ace king.
Yeah.
Good fold. Oh boy, this is gonna get juicy. We got 2 of the most active players in the country.
a couple of Cowboys riding in on
Gary
white
Ewald
horses.
and Preston Dean. I would be absolutely shocked if Gary doesn't at least call here.
Yeah, Gary loves to play as well. Very active.
Yeah, he's not. Oh boy, he's actually thinking. Not saying he doesn't think. That wasn't even a needle. Was not a needle, Gary. I promise. But you're calling here. You're gonna call and see a flop.
Yeah, 17% he's got in front of his name right now. That feels kind of optimistic looking at the hand he's up against at the moment.
He really has 17%. I guess. What even happened here? Gary raised, Chad called?
Oh, yeah, it looks like Gary opened to 45 and Chad called. Yeah.
Yep, and
So
Gary,
he does make the call, and he is,
Gary, not surprisingly.
yeah, he's getting pretty
Deals.
committed to this pot. And Chad, with the ace-6 offsuit,
Gets away.
yeah.
I think he just really wanted to be in the hand against Gary.
So we'll
Which is
see if
understandable.
Gary can fade the equity flop, as they say, and still survive.
Yeah,
after
this is a
hand.
spot where he doesn't. Oh boy.
Speaking of equity
the
flop,
equity flop.
Or he can go from
Flip flop.
guys
Flip.
shoveling dirt on his grave to absolutely in the penthouse, 98% flop the flush. Preston needs a running full house. Not going to happen. Gary Ewald,
Run.
he must have stopped by church on his way to day 2 because that is a blessed hand right there, Rob.
Gary sits on a leprechaun.
Wow. Pretty good flop for the
Interesting
King
fact
Jack of
about Gary
Hearts.
Ewald. We were talking about Gary earlier. Gary is the only guy I've ever seen back-to-back tournaments down to one big blind and won them.
Oh, my gosh.
And not only did he win them, my buddy Jesse was at the table on one of them, and he said, yeah, down to one big blind within one orbit, he was the chip leader at the table.
That's insane.
Just didn't look at his cards, called every hand, and then he was the chip leader. Ooh.
Sounds good.
They're talking about 5 deep action here on the Rough Rider Poker Tour. Very tight-knit group.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how things like that work. I was dealing a WSOP circuit down in Cherokee, North Carolina, pre-COVID, back in those days, if you can remember.
Yes.
And it was final 2 tables. The blinds were 25 and 50K. And I was dealing to Leaf Force, if you know who that is. Super accomplished poker player. He loses a huge pot. He's down to 10K. The blinds are 25 and 50K. 2 or 3 orbits later, he's over $1 million. He wins the ring. I mean, it's pretty sick spin up, yeah.
I have some of the opposite stories, but I'll save it.
Yeah, one time I was down to 10K and the blinds were 25-50, and then I was out the next hand.
And I was out on the next hand. I did spin the monster stack that I took third, and I had 2 big blinds on the stone bubble. And I did spin that into a third. So I felt like I was running, like,
oh, yeah.
You know, Jesus.
You love to see it.
I thought I was going to do that here, too. I had a chance. I had to hit a 5 of clubs on the river. I asked for a 3 of clubs. She gave me a 5 of clubs. I was like, well, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. What I needed was everyone to call there on the whole table, given that I rivered the nuts.
Yeah.
Leonardo. Have you told the people about Leonardo?
I've
My
told them.
roommate.
I've told them all about
this
Leo.
whole summer. Amazing. We got into a little bit at the table, and then we made up afterwards.
That's good.
But, yeah, Leo just won the Deadwood.
Yeah,
Like,
incredible
amazing.
accomplishment. New high score for Leo. He's got the best trophy in the game there with
Best
the 2
trophy in the
6
game
shooters.
with the pro handles. He even won the pro handle.
78,000. I mean, just a crusher and just one of the nicest guys I've ever met in the poker community.
He's an incredible human being. He's helped me out with a lot of stuff away from the table, which can't sing his praises enough. I hope he takes it down.
Yeah, there's so many guys I'm rooting
Oh,
for.
I can't be biased.
So many guys I'm rooting for left in this field. Leonardo definitely one of them.
I'm friends with
man.
almost everyone at this table, actually.
This is a
even
good group.
Baker,
Yeah.
who should have a headset at this table. I don't even know why.
Yeah. I haven't seen his mouth moving much yet, so he's kind of been laser focused as he starts jabbering at somebody.
He's been chit-chatting.
Yeah.
You won't believe this. Me and him did talk quite a bit at the same table. Shocker.
Wow.
Chad's got a big hand.
Ace, Jack of Spades here under the gun +1. Gonna open this pot for sure.
Open.
Oh, he's gonna limp it. Limping is pimping.
That's
No, he's gonna open it.
Yeah, he raised it to 45. I was gonna say that would have been strange. Duffner snap folds ace.
Wow, yeah, good discipline for Mark. Does not want to pick that
Mark's-
spot to make his stand.
Mark's a very disciplined player.
Oh yeah, very tough.
Wrap. Oh no.
RPT stones.
Wrap folds the
Into the
nuts
muck,
on
yeah.
the button. No, he was in the small blind. How long's late reg on that other tournament?
I believe it goes through 9 levels, so that's about 6 o'clock, I think.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. Just one
What are
re-entry.
they? 30?
30-minute blinds. Yeah,
Okay.
50K starting.
I got some time then. Wait till something exciting happens there. See how much my heart can take
Yeah, right.
of this action. So it's always tough running in here after you bust.
Yeah.
Because I want to be right somewhere over there. They didn't even, you guys didn't even fill my seat. You knew who can fill that seat?
So I just pulled up our video here on Facebook. Already 71 live viewers as of 2:10 p.m. real time. So thanks a lot, guys, for watching. Let us know in the comments who you're rooting for. Let us know where you're watching from. And let us know if we're going to see you at the Casino State Championship. I'm not going to let the... I'm not going to let the viewers know that. And don't let that happen.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I bust and then.
Sure. They get rid of the goat and they just reap the rewards.
Goat. 0-time RPT champion. Somehow I've managed to be a 0-time RPT champion.
But you know what that means, Rob? That means you're the greatest player on the RPT that does not have a plaque. I used to hold that title for years and years. But then I got one, so now I'm just another guy with a plaque.
No, you're just another guy with a plaque.
Yeah.
Yes. So you're telling me I should punt off in third and second place a bunch of times just to keep that
It's
title?
pretty fun, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Getting needled for about 10 years straight. Yeah, it's a ball, definitely.
That's how Leo and I got into it. It was needling about nonsense. I said I hadn't won one or something. It's like, oh, well, I don't run as good. Which isn't true. He ran horrifically this summer. I was there with him the whole summer.
Yeah, I know he had a really rough summer 2 summers ago, but I'm glad he was able to get some
His
nice
wasn't that
scores
good
under his
this
belt.
summer.
It wasn't too good either, yeah.
You know, Deadwood kind of makes up
Deadwood
for a
definitely-
long time. He got roughly, most people listening to this salary in a night, which is good.
Very good.
Baker on the button. You know, for a guy who wants everyone else to fold to his big blind, he sure raises other people's big blinds from the button a lot.
Hypocrite.
Yep, it's very hypocritical. Well, Chad's at least defending here. I would imagine he could even 3-bet here. It's hard to say. Did he fold?
Wow, yeah, he's going to think better of it. I definitely could have seen him 3-bet putting Baker in the blender there.
I'm actually pretty surprised he didn't at least defend, but
Maybe Baker's
I can't be
table
right
talk
every
was,
time.
Maybe his table talk was just right.
well, and you got meta of Chad's a good enough player. Players like that are sometimes just going to pick their spots and try and play against players that they feel are weaker. I'm not saying anyone on the table is weaker or better than others, but Chad may be thinking that and just thinking there's better spots than defending against Baker out
Sure.
of position, which is probably true.
I know Fedor Holtz, one of the super high roller
The goat.
pros.
The
yeah,
real goat.
for sure. He says a lot of people, recreational type players, their weakness is they defend their blinds way too light, and long term just torching money.
100%. That's a leak of better players.
Yeah.
That's one of the things. He'll like to say weaker players because he's trying to be nice.
Right.
But then a lot of stronger players will just defend the quote-unquote GTO ranges against someone like there with Baker, where he's going to put you in tough spots. King 9's tough to play out of position, offsuit, especially if it's suited. He's never folding. You've seen him flop with a suited hand. Preston.
We said Preston loves to play a lot of cards, but wow.
He's been
He's yeah.
actually been very disciplined today. I was impressed.
Yeah, they know they're quickly approaching that money bubble, so.
Wow, Duffner snap folded King 10 suited.
Now that's a guy that wants to pick his spot for sure.
And he's probably short enough.
I was certainly trying my best to pick my spot today, but you
then
know
there's
how
a
it
guy
goes.
who does not care about picking his spots. Aaron
Sometimes
Rapp.
those spots never come. That's what happened to
Aaron
me.
Rapp probably wearing more bling than first place in this tournament on
Love
his wrist.
to see it. Here we go.
Oh,
Gary just going to quickly call with the ace-queen. That's
Gary
the
all
guy.
of a sudden has 790
Yeah, that's
chips.
a guy who's probably been scoring 107 times with the ace-queen, and he is just going to put in 75K and run this. Good flop for Aaron.
Oh, and Aaron checks. It's an interesting spot. Gary's favorite hand is 7 deuce, so Aaron might be particularly worried about the 7
Sure.
here.
Aaron
But
picking
it
up
does
some
look
equity
like
here.
Aaron's going to bet. It's a good spot. And Gary's going to, I have no idea. I'm not going to try and figure out what Gary's
I
going
would
to do.
think he's going to fold just because of the scenario they're in the tournament, probably 4 or 5
And
away from
you
the money.
would look like you
But-
would be incorrect.
Yeah.
That's why hey, there's some of these guys where I'm like, I already know what this guy's going to do. Gary's one of those. He might fold, he might jam, he might, I don't know, phone a friend.
The classic look back after a tank is, I was
Yeah.
going to say, about 99% fold from what I've
Yeah,
seen in,
yeah,
live poker.
Oh, and we're getting some shows off friendly poker.
Yeah,
Friendly
love to
poker.
see it.
Probably could have been a bigger pot. I probably would have just 3-bet Aaron there and won. That's what I would have tried. Although I'm not going to say that Aaron would have folded. He really likes beating me. Aaron's one of those guys who likes beating guys that are like professionals or do their living with it, so he can brag about it.
Sure.
It's awesome. I mean, unless he wins, which is still awesome. Oh, looks like Baker's entertaining. We're getting a giggle smile from Leo and some words from Leo. Watch out. Leo's talking.
Yeah, Aaron Rapp, one of those nice guys, family man. He's one of the guys where if he won this 40K tonight, he'd be shaking hands, texting his buddies right back to work on Monday. You and me, Rob, we'd be on the first plane to whatever circuit event we want to grind.
Yeah, I would be.
And we would be there first thing Monday morning.
I would be completely changing my schedule
Yeah.
planner. It'd be like, what was the plan next weekend? That's not the plan anymore.
Yeah.
We're going to try and win some
I
real
actually
money.
heard there's a soft 1K in Puerto Rico. I'm going to try to hit.
You guys want to go?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Kevin Clyde. Here we go. We are going to get a 7-10 hand. It's blind battle.
Yeah,
limped.
first 10-7 seeing a flop here on this feature table so far.
Slow playing the 10-7.
Yep, ace 10-4, middle pair for Kevin. I don't think Preston is going to get too squirrely with this hand. But like I said, these guys are unpredictable.
Yeah. I think I could predict probably half of them pretty closely. Leo, I couldn't, I don't think. Leo's actually very unpredictable.
Yeah, Leo, I love his game. He really,
He's so good.
when he's dialed in, he is dialed in.
Oh, yeah.
He was telling me about some hands he played late on day one yesterday where he just folded jacks on a 7-5 deuce flop to a bet and a raise, and he was up against a set of deuces, and the other guy had pocket nines, and he didn't have to lose a cent besides his couple bigs he put in pre, so he was feeling good about that one.
Yeah, when he's dialed, he's dialed. And he's one of the most intimidating players to play in a hand with.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a stare down for legendary stare down. Me too. Actually, I'm usually laughing and not even paying attention, even when I'm in the hand.
Sure.
At least that's what I want them to think.
My
I'm
first
giving
memory
away
of
my
Leo,
secrets.
when we first brought the RPT to Montana, we were in Glendive for a couple big events back in 2017, and Leonardo made the trek. None of us knew who he was. I think he was pretty new to poker at the time because I remember playing against him and just thinking, like, this guy's really inexperienced. This was like 6 years ago now, and Leo, now one of the toughest poker players I've ever met. So.
And since that time, he's probably played 175 billion hands. of
Yeah,
poker.
for sure.
He's a machine.
For sure.
Like, he was playing in WSOP events all day and then going and playing Big O till 4 in the morning a
Yeah,
lot of
I
the
mean,
time.
who
Just
loves
a
it more?
machine.
Who loves it more, right?
Yeah. I can't do that. I got other issues that keep me from doing that, but I can play for a while. Not like the younger days, right? The 40-hour sessions from the younger days. I'm sure you've had some 40-hour
I
sessions.
had so many times in Monoman where we'd pop a game, 2-10 spread at 2 or 3 in the afternoon and be grinding until the hotel rollover at like 5 a.m. where you could check into a room and it'd be good until the following day.
Until the following day, yeah.
So that used to be a thing for sure.
Done that a few times
back
myself.
in my 18, 19, 20-year-old
Yeah,
days.
I miss being able to do that.
Yeah.
We get older. We all get older. Except Preston Dini looks exactly like he looked when he won the 50K 20 years ago or whatever it was. Ageless wonder. He's probably still got a couple of my chips sitting in front of them there. I lost a big flip.
Oh, we
to
got Benny
Preston.
Palmer in the box, by the way. He's probably been there for a while. I was hyping up Jessica when she was in the box, but welcome, Benny.
Benny is one of the best dealers in the country.
He's a legend. He's got dealing experience, yeah, and probably
Everywhere.
more states than I can count, yeah.
Knows everyone, one of those types.
Also one of the nicest guys, and also has the highest praise for RPT. And he's dealt on a lot of big tours and in a lot of big rooms, and he says he thinks RPT is the best tour in the country. So, I mean,
Preston?
high praise, and we appreciate those kind of words, Benny.
Oh, absolutely. Well, It's hard not to have a praise. You guys play the series 5K bonus.
Oh, yeah.
There are some tours that I won't mention that have entire year-long player of the series that do not give away $5,000.
Yeah, I know. It's
massive tours.
Yeah.
I won't mention any names because I'm friends with some of the people who work for them. But
yeah, we're definitely we love giving this incentive, and
that's
it's
part of the
just-
reason I wanted to stop back is to sing RPT's praises.
Yeah,
because
last weekend we were at
the best.
the
The
High
best of
Horse
the best.
Saloon in Billings for the Montana main event, and it was super high drama all season long for Montana Player of the Year. Leif Jurgensen from Big Sky.
I saw that.
He was leading it going in. This guy from Billings, Roger Oldmouse, who has been final tabling all the big events, was right there on his heels. He got 4th place and jumped over Leif and put the sweat on Leif. So he was points leader for a couple hours. 30 people left in the second chance. Leif had to take top 7, and he did just that. He got 3rd place.
Wow, that's awesome.
Got the points lead back.
So it was a super exciting
We
finish
cut him the
even.
check for 5K, took his photo, and he was hopping back on the plane. He recently moved to San Diego, and he had to fly back to Billings a couple times because he was leading player of the year, and he says, well, I want this 5K.
Yeah,
I
why
can't-
wouldn't you? Yeah.
I got to get back to Billings for these tournaments.
I want this 5K too, but
So that was just an awesome atmosphere, too, there.
I was hoping to shut it down here, Keith.
I hear you, man.
But hey, you made a good run. We got to have a fun hand where you rivered the 10 in the whole room. I've literally never seen this, where some guy at a table is all in a hand, and then the room explode cheering for him. That's Keith. That's how
Yeah.
big of love
I
there is for
appreciate the
Keith.
love. Appreciate the love. It was against my good friend, young Michael Headland.
I cheered harder when you hit that hand, I think, than I have for myself in a while.
Oh, man, that was an exciting
And I got a fist bump, by the way. I'm going to send you a medical bill. You may have broken
Oh.
my knuckle. He doesn't know his own strength.
I was a little amped up.
Yeah, you were. It was awesome. And then you didn't get any hands today.
Yeah,
Sad, sad.
Yeah.
But you got to hang out a little longer. That's
for
always
sure.
fun.
I'm here working. I'm here punching the clock again, and I'm happy to be here.
Absolutely. So we had Baker raise 9-10 offsuit under the gun +1, correct?
Looks like it. Preston makes the call with
A7.
A7, and Leo getting good odds with the 5-4 hearts and the big flop
gonna
comes.
peel.
King
Leo hits
7 deuce.
air. Baker has a board where he does check to Preston who's going to bet, and I would imagine going to take it down. Interesting if you are going to raise a hand like that under the gun +1. I mean, the king high board is typically a range bet because you're the one. The king high board's actually better than an ace high board in early position because you have all of the kings. The
Sure.
guys that are calling have significantly fewer kings. However, the problem is, and Baker is probably realizing this, that a continuation bet against Preston, if he has any pair, is going to be very difficult to get through. So he decides to check fold, which I actually think is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I agree. And Preston back up to looks like 535,000.
Preston is a warrior, man.
He is.
It's like watching a roller coaster, up, down. He's in a lot of hands. He'll do things that a lot of other players wouldn't do, but it's hard to question him because he has actually had quite a bit of success and had a lot of deep runs and things.
It'd be quite the story for him. You know, first ever guy to win 50,000 in North Dakota, and then the first ever guy to win the $1,000 buy-in for 40K. Some pretty good accomplishments if he were to go wire to wire here. I mean, I talked about this table. They have a World Series of Poker bracelet winner in seat 1, Chad Himmelsbach, an MSPT main event champion in Leonardo Valenzuela. And Preston, North Dakota, Texas Hold'em champion for 50K.
Duffner's won on every North Dakota tour.
Oh, yeah. Duffner is just a crusher.
Rapp's probably won on every North Dakota tour.
Aaron and
Baker's
Gary,
won
they've final
I mean,
tabled some $1,000 plus buy-in tournaments.
I would say everyone at
themselves.
this table has won a tournament in North Dakota.
Oh, yeah.
Even in the last couple of years. I haven't won one in like 2 years in North Dakota. So they're all better than me.
You've just got 100 final tables. I mean, every
Yeah.
every 701 in DPT, I see your name or picture.
Do
But
my
winning
best.
a tournament is hard. We
It's
know this.
very hard.
We know this for sure.
It's one of the interesting things that when you talk to grinders is that all a really good player can do is get themselves deep into the tournament. Most of it at that point is left up to luck. We make our little folds, ICM sort of situations where you get away from spots and etc. But very little poker's played once you get down to 20 big blinds, 25 big blinds. Much different.
Yeah, I mean you gotta pick up some hands in the key scenarios, and if you don't, it's just
And hopefully get some shoves through. And
Yeah,
things
for
like
sure.
That.
you
Sometimes
need
it
a little
works.
help along the way, one way or another. As these
Absolutely.
two guys are going heads up, Queen Jack versus Ace 10.
This was hijack, big blind defend. So
Yeah.
we go check, check. Really good range for Aaron if Aaron does want to represent
Oh,
this.
yeah.
Love it.
The big blind has all those middling
This is
cards.
just a
for
much
sure.
better board for Aaron. Aaron recognizes it and does lead into Kevin. Kevin's in a really tough spot with ace 10 here.
Yeah, Kevin hasn't got the ball rolling on this feature table, but he still has plenty of big blinds, and we'll see if he can just keep his patience here. And
Seems like a spot where you probably just fold and
Yeah.
look for a better spot. Excellent from Aaron to recognize, hey, this is my board. I'm the one who's going to hit this more often, so I bet and get folds. Well played, Aaron.
So once again, guys, thank you for joining us. We have just over 20 players remaining. $1,000 buy-in Dream Chaser event. There's a lot of superstars left out in the field that we haven't mentioned, like Tyler Colness from
Cole,
Hendra,
he's got some
Minnesota. He
chips.
is spinning it up. He was able to get Kings versus Jacks in a big pot early on day 2. We've got Cordell Schroeder from Carrington. He came in as the chip leader, just under $1 million. He was upward trending the last I saw him. A lot of tough players left in this field, and why wouldn't there be? Everybody who's everybody in North Dakota poker was here for this 1K buy-in.
Yeah, what an incredible turnout. We were talking, they were asking me, and we were guessing in the 70 to 80 range. Well, we were not even close.
Yeah,
we
I was
doubled
happy.
it.
I was happy that my guess was shattered as well. So 116 humans ponied up the buy-in. Some of them 3 or 4 times.
3 or
Not
4
mentioning
times.
any names.
We had some wildness. My first table, we were having 100. This is North Dakota poker players getting wild, loving to gamble, just putting in 100 big blinds pre-flop, not looking at their cards in a $1,000 tournament. That's what we got going on.
If
in North
you got
Dakota.
it, flaunt it. Yeah,
Yeah.
flexing.
Let's get wild.
They were ready to get back in that registration
I
line.
saw a 900 big blind pre-flop, 9 deuce versus king jack offsuit hand. 9 deuce won.
9 deuce shipping, of course.
And Harry unfortunately folded 9s, which would have been the winner, which I was interested
Well,
by.
sometimes 9s don't look as great when it's 750 bigs to call. You know?
Absolutely. The action went limp jam without looking.
Get out there.
Call.
Okay. I'll leave you for a bit here, Rob. I got to hop out into the floor for a second.
Pressure. So much pressure. I'll try to pay attention to the television. Oh, chats. Alex says, gotta go Aaron for the W. My ma! Hi, Ma. I love you. I had a pretty good weekend so far, Mom. I cashed in the first 3 tournaments, and I had a shot at this one. I don't know if you watched. Got to see me for a short amount of time. And if you're unaware, Mother, that was my roommate, Leo Valenzuela. He was sitting right to my left. Phenomenal human. Preston Dean, King 10 suited. Pretty big hand for Preston. It looks like he's reaching for chips. Makes it 40K. Folds to Leo, who folds 10 deuce suited in the cutoff. Michael Baker in the small blind. Uh-oh, well, we could end up with some action here. All of the options are on the table here. He can raise, he can call. He's not going to fold. He raises all in. So Baker putting in approximately 15 big blinds. This is a pretty good rejam spot with 9s. Looks like a snap fold from Preston. Good hand, Michael. Absolutely phenomenal tournament, the Rough Rider Poker Tour. Best tour in the country I've played it. I've played all over the country. I'm not saying that as a bias because I'm from North Dakota. Jerry, Keith, Patrick, who unfortunately is injured. Love you, Patrick. Get well soon. Hurt himself playing hockey. And Tim, it is Tim's birthday today. Happy birthday, Tim. I believe that was today. I hope I'm not messing that up. And here we are, 84 people watching. Incredible. We get a Let's Go T-Cole from Joe Anderson. I'll second that. Tyler's a grinder, an absolute beast. Finds his way to get deep in a lot of tournaments. Cashed in the main event this year. Leo with ace-3, offsuit in the hijack. Leo likely to open here with a fold to him. Leo raises. We'll get a fold from Aaron. Cut off. Folds to Baker on the button. Baker apparently has a hand to think about. We haven't gotten it pulled up yet. He does fold. Gary. Gary calls with 2 sevens. Reasonable. Chad Himmelsbach options is a relatively good squeeze hand. He does decide, it looks like, to just take a flop. Now we'll see if we get an action flop. Not an action flop. Really good flop for 2 sevens. Leo does flop bottom pair. Chad flops complete air. Looks disinterested. Look at Leo. Oh, that look. I was on the other side of that look a couple times today. Very difficult to play against. Extremely intelligent thinking player. He's running through all his options. It looks like he is going to continue with the 3. Gary, rather unlikely to not. Very likely to at least peel a turn card here. He does have pocket 7s. He has a 7 of diamonds. He has a backdoor straight draw. He's very likely to peel here. I suppose he could even raise here. I mean, 7s this is a very good board for 7s. Leo is an active player. We'll just enjoy watching Gary think here with his Penguins hat. He was telling me about his awesome jersey that he picked up there. I love it. Well, and Leo bets and gets 7s to fold. Take it down, Leo. We got a Go Cowboys in the chat. I don't know about that. Cowboys, is that a... that's not a hockey team, is it? That's a football team, right? Oh. Not interested. 88 viewers. Whew. Getting wild. Looks like Leo's laughing, telling a story over there. Welcome, welcome. Keith had to go take care of things, and we see Preston Dean looks down at a monster. He's got ace-king offsuit. Got roughly 15 big blinds, 16 big blinds. We'll see how Preston decides to proceed here. He could open, he could jam. Looks like he's going with the first of those options. Counting out a raise. Looks like he raised it to 150. 5x. Mark Duffner looks down at a big hand. 10-10. Mark is going to, it appears, go all in. Just too good. We are going to see a race here, regardless of what the rest of the players have. Preston's going to have no choice but to call, and it's all up to the poker gods. Standard race we've seen a million times. We'll see, unless Gary wakes up with something here that could change things. He snap folds. So we are going to have, looks like we're going to have a typical race. Ace-king versus 10s. Good luck, fellas. May the luckier guy win. It's hard to say. I had this exact spot against Preston. He hit a king in the window. Nothing changes. He's looking for an ace or a king. Ace or king only for Preston. Oh, wow. So he picks up 2 extra outs here. Well, he loses 3 outs with the king. A king would no longer... Looks like 10s are going to hold. Nice hand, Mark. Mark surviving. Finds himself a good spot. Flip spot. Hard to find that with... he had about 7 or 8 bigs. Finds himself a flip spot. Holds up. I have no idea how many players are left. Less than 30, more than 20, I believe. There's one other tournament going on. Still one more chance for anybody to get in here if you can get down to beautiful Devil's Lake. Weather's pretty good here. Got blessed with good weather. That certainly didn't help the turnout. That is correct. You heard it correctly. 160 buy-ins for a $1,000 poker tournament in North Dakota. Who would have ever guessed it? Me. I've been telling the legislature forever they should let charities have higher buy-ins. Looks like Aaron Rapp's got King, Queen of Clubs. Pretty standard opening hand. Chad folds King 6 offsuit. Looks like Clyde fold Preston. Uh-oh. RPT nuts. Preston's probably not folding. No, he's going to see a flop. The numbers say it's 70-40 King Queen suited versus 7-10, but the boys would say Aaron's drawing dead, and boys would be correct. Preston flops 2 pair, jams it in, fold. Keith's going to be extremely disappointed he missed it. 10-7. Take it down. Uh-oh. Appears we have Mike Baker watching in the chat, according to this, trying to pick up some information on his players. Baker, one of my absolute favorite players to play with. Quentin Glenn, let's go, Leonardo. He's very fun. He likes to talk people out of raising his big blind, and I was trying to get a chant getting people to raise his big blind. Always fun. It's always fun to... it gets very boring and stale at the table when you're playing 10, 12 hours days if you don't have some chirpers like myself and Michael at the table. Looks like Leo's waking up with a big hand under the gun. Ace-Jack suited. Very likely to open. It takes a look up at the clock. Probably checking how many players are left. Trying to keep himself. The good players like Leo are always checking how many players are left. What are the blinds at? What's the average stack? How many chips does everyone have? These are all important things. They help you make good decisions at the table, which is what poker is all about, is making good decisions in the long run. Looks like Preston is calling with Queen-Jack offsuit. So we're going to have a dominated hand. Leo's going to win this about 3 times to Preston's 1. But all that matters is this one time. Preston picks up some outs here, so he went from 25% to 31%. He picked up a gut shot. He can hit a 10. Leo has backdoor spades. Interesting board. It's a spot where this heavily favors the blind. Leo checks it back. Excellent. This is a board. Leo picks up the nut flush draw on the turn, and now it appears he has a hammer lock on the hand. He can just check and realize here. He can put a little pressure on Preston and put it on. He's very likely to have the best hand. He can bet here and deny equity to some hands, particularly like Preston has. That looks like the route he chose. It looks like he's just open ripping and putting him in. Actually, I like it. Just an equity denial shove. time is it anyway? It's 2:40. I'm going to have to go run and jump into that thing whenever he gets back here. Once again, I'm stepping in, hanging out. Rob Urbach, I'm one of the players that made the trip down here.
He's a crusher in the streets online.
Looks like we got a lot of folds. Folds to Preston on the button. He has Jack 5 suited. Looks like he folded. Looks like Mark folded, walked to Leo. Slightly less talkative today. I'm very tired. Had 4 long days. Playing cards for approximately 12 to 15 hours a day. But got to hang out with some of the finest people in the world. Made a little money. Nothing wrong with that. Enjoying the entertainment. My boy Leo with some chips up there. Leo's going to get himself up into the Player of the Series if he can get through here. Leo and I both made a final table the other day. Baker wakes up with the RPT nuts. Snap fold. Very tight fold. Himmelsbach has 5-6 suited. Here's he is going to open. Preston looks like he's snap jamming here with pocket 5s. Found himself in actually a very good spot. It's going to be... Chad has the sort of hand here that is very difficult to call off here. You're just... Against Ace King, he has a good amount of equity if the other player does just have 2 overs. If he does find a call here, he has put himself in a very difficult spot. As an almost 2-1 underdog, and he unfortunately ran into Preston having a pocket pair of 2 of the cards in his hand. He would still have 30%. I don't think he is going to call here. But this is probably just more of a Hollywood, but he doesn't want everyone to know. Here, you take this. I got to go play.
Okay.
Timmy's going to come in here. It's your birthday, right?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, my brother. All right, I'm going to hand this over to a much better-looking commentator. Thank you, guys. Thanks for sending me some love. I'm going to go try and win this Player of the Series.
Go get it, buddy. Thank you, brother. Good luck. Have fun. All right. Thanks a lot, Robert. I also have a face for radio, so we're fine. Vice President, Rough Rider Poker Tour, Tim Warren here, coming in live with you guys. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. What we got going on? Preston Dean all in. Robert, is this Robert's phone? Okay.
This one?
So we got Preston Dean all in. He's going to get this one through, I'm sure. What a weekend we have had, folks. Chad knows he's not going to play a 6 high, obviously. So we are very close to the money here. The money bubble, 20 players getting paid. We are on a 15-minute delay. I believe live they're 2 away from the money right now.
All in action, table 1, Cody Hammer has ace-10 of diamonds. The board is ace-7, 4, 2 diamonds. Eric Hansen has an 8 of spades and an 8 of clubs. He needs an 8 to spoil Cody's day in a big way. 9 on the river. Cody hammered huge double up, keeping us 2.
I've seen Preston Dean fold 10-7 2 times today, guys. I don't know what's going on. The guy has a 98% VPIP, and he's folding the RPT nuts. Someone help me make it make sense. Leo's got a lot of chips. He's one of the most dangerous players in the field. Fold it around to him on the button. And sometimes it just doesn't matter what your cards are here. He's going to put the small and big blind to the test when we're on the double money bubble here. No one wants to bust at this point, but Michael Baker picked up a premium hand. Michael Baker's another accomplished player. And the likely scenario here is he's going to 3-bet and take it down, and we'll move along. Which is exactly what happens. He goes all in, and he's going to scoop that pot pre-flop. No sweat for Baker. Leo is very creative. He's never going to miss an opportunity to take down some chips without showing his cards, but that time was not the right time. So we're on to the next hand here. What a long weekend it's been, starting Thursday night with a warm-up tournament and our Big O High-Low tournament, the Dream Chaser, and we have a $325 event going on right now. So it's been a long weekend, but there's plenty of poker left to play. Folds around to Leo in the cutoff with a suited ace. And he's going to open it up.
All in call here on table 2
to 65,000.
Chase Lardy's all in with kings. He's up against ace jack for who's got ace jack? For Paul Oakes. Flop comes 8-7 deuce straight flop.
Baker thinks better of it with his connected Broadway cards.
On the river. 10 of hearts.
And Gary Ewald looking at a couple of rags here. Will he defend? A lot of really good players at this table. And this deep into a $1,000 event, it's safe to say most every player in the field here has some chops for sure. All right, so we got the ace-5 of hearts, definitely in Preston's wheelhouse. And he limps in. Leo has an unplayable hand. Aaron Rapp there. 10 high, not good enough.
Flop comes ace 6-4 2 spades. Nordy needs runners. 6 on the turn is not one of them. Queens hold for Michael to bust Nordy. So finish the hand you're on. Tables 1, 2, and feature table. We will be going hand for hand.
All right, Baker put some chips in on the button here. We're having trouble with the card reader, it looks like. But he's going to follow suit with Preston Dean and limp in. And we got Gary and Chad in there. 4 ways to the flop here. Every pot at this point is pretty crucial on the money bubble. Everyone's trying to accumulate some chips to go deep in this thing. 3 ace 10. Not much for anyone except for Preston. I can only assume Baker's holdings aren't too strong, limping in on the button. He's going to let it go. After Preston made the bet post-flop, should be enough to take this one down. And it is. We had plenty of cash game action going on all weekend long into the wee hours of the morning. Big O High-Low is the game of choice for a lot of these guys, more popular than Hold'em in the cash game streets. So if you're into anything like that, get on down here. New Year's is going to be madness. You don't have to be a tournament player to come to the RPT, especially at a casino event. We got 24/7 live games.
All right, Dream Chaser players, here's the deal. We are down to 21 players. 20 of you are getting paid. We're 7-handed on 3 tables. We're going to start hand-for-hand play. How hand-for-hand play is going to work is each table is going to start a hand at the same time, and they will not start another hand until all tables are finished. If you have an all-in the call, do not run it out until you are instructed to do so. It may influence action on other tables. Do not expose your whole cards if you are all in until you're instructed to do so either.
So we are on the money bubble here. We are going to be going hand for hand, it looks like. 21 players left, 20 are getting paid. Each table playing hand for hand prevents any stalling for any short stacks trying to squeeze into the money.
Clock will be paused. 2 minutes will be coming off the clock after each hand.
It's sometimes can be a very interesting dynamic. I've seen hand for hand last 0 hands when multiple people bust out before it even happens. And I've seen hand for hand go for hours. So buckle up, we'll see what happens. Players are all hoping it bursts shortly, except for the exception of maybe a few big stacks that would try to abuse the money bubble, push some low stacks around, and gain valuable chips. Leo picking up a strong hand from early position here. $15,000, 30,000 blinds. And he's going to make it a healthy raise up to 85,000. Gary's going to let go of his weak ace. Chad out of position with suited connectors here. Not good enough at this part of the tournament to play. And Kevin is going to lay down his big blind, so we'll move on to the next hand here with Leo taking down the blinds and antes. So hand for hand can be tedious. We're going to be waiting for hands to complete at other tables here. That was a quick one on the features, so.
Shuffle up the deal. Next hand, Dream Chaser.
All right, on to the next hand here. Leo's got a lot of chips. He knows everyone's going to be tightening up. He knows this is going to look like a strong play here. So he's going to bump it up with 10-4 offsuit, mixing up his range. And looks like he's going to get through here, actually. Nice play from Leo. Good timing on that one. Abusing the money bubble.
All right, Dream Chaser, shuffle up the deal. Next hand, we've got new 9K, 40K.
And the blinds will be increasing here. Now we're at 20,000, 40,000 with the 40,000 big blind ante. So if you're a short stack, you just got a little bit shorter. The biggest money bubble in RPT history.
20th is 1760.
Thanks, bud. All right, so we got Michael Baker getting a little creative here with the 10-9 offsuit on Leo's big blind, returning the favor. And Leo's going to think better of it. Move right along to the next one. Got to look at your chip counts there. Leo, the only one over $1 million. Duffner on the shorty. Under 10 bigs there. This tournament definitely exceeded all of our expectations on the RPT. We were thinking 100 entries would be a smashing success. We were thinking 100 entries would be awesome, and we got 168 entries. It blew us out of the water. It was a hectic day yesterday. Very busy in a good way. So much buzz in the air. We weren't sure $1,000 buy-in would work in North Dakota, but the players definitely proved to us that it will. Biggest prize pool in North Dakota history, in RPT history, $147,000 prize pool. $40,000 for first place. It's safe to say we will be running $1,000 tournaments in the future, so stay tuned, guys, and save up. Kind of an interesting spot there for Preston to fold the pair when Chad Himmelsbach opened with the Queen Jack offsuit. Don't want to get tangled up here. All right, I'll probably be back later. This is Tim Warren, Vice President of Rough Ride Poker Tour, handing off to Keith Lauder.
On his birthday.
That's your phone.
All right, guys, you've got Keith Lauder III. We've got the smooth sound of the 80s coming at you live on the Money Bubble. We're down to 21 players. 20 are getting paid. We've played about 5 or 6 hands of hand-for-hand play now. This is the biggest Money Bubble in RPT history, folks. 21st place is $0. 20th place is $1,760. So that is quite the jump in this $1,000 buy-in tournament. A lot of heavy hitters still left. We've got Tyler Kolness out in the field. Chase Lardy looking to party. Just held with Kings for the double up. Justin Olson. Fear the Beard, J.O. from Minot has got a monster stack out there. Cordell Schroeder. Youngster out of Fargo, Carl Wallen, has a monster stack going. Cody Hammer from Williston on one of the outer tables. Curtis Veerstreet from Wapaton, a recent MSPT champion. He is out there still alive. A lot of players still in the hunt for 40K and in the hunt for this 5K player of the series as well. I don't know if Tim told you guys on the stream or not, but it is his 43rd birthday today. So happy birthday to RPT's very own Tim Warren. We're lucky to have you. We hope you have one of the best birthdays, top 7 to 10 birthdays of your life. Judging by the comments, it looks like you guys do know it is Tim's birthday. Appreciate the support, guys. We got about 70 live viewers right now. It is 3:05 p.m. real time, and we've got 21 players left in the biggest tournament ever in RPT history. As Chad Himmelsbach looks down at 2-8, he raises from under the gun +1. Leo Valenzuela, he's got deuces on the button. Does he want to set mine here? Does he have other intentions in mind? He's got the blinds to worry about. Does he want to just fold? We are on the stone money bubble. There's a lot going through Leo's head here. Let's see what he elects to do. Wow, he decides he is going to do a little bubble punishment. And that is jam all in, knowing he's got all 3 players left in the hand covered. And they've got to make a big decision for their tournament life. And now Chad in the blender, and yeah, he's got to let the 2-8s go here on the stone bubble. Nice play from Leonardo. What a superstar. Very aware of the scenario. Played it to perfection. Leo again on the bubble punishment, jamming 7-4 offsuit in the cutoff. You just got to love the hearts here, and it's going to get through. I'd come out of my chair through the ceiling if Gary calls off with the jack high on the stone bubble. But he's staring him down. I think he knows what Leo is up to here, being a bubble bully. Unfortunately, Gary, jack 5 offsuit, probably not the hand you want to take a stand for with $1,760 on the line. But hey, who am I? I'm your 37th place finisher. I had nothing. I got $0 for this tournament myself. This would be an insane call for the scenario. I don't know if he's just saving face or he really thinks that Leo has worse than jack high and he's going to make the call here. We can see Leo does indeed have the 7-4 offsuit. And we are still in this hand, folks. Gary Ewald. All right, he decides jack high is not the time to be a hero. Not this time. I hear it all in on an outer table. Brian Schumer flush over flush for the double up. That'll continue hand for hand play. Leo back at it. Ace-4 in the hijack. He's all in. Folds around to the blinds. Chad Himmelspot, King-10. Not ready to call off his tournament life. So Leo just absolutely abusing these guys on the stone bubble. What an animal.
Next hand.
So here we are about 12, 13, 14 hands into hand-for-hand play. Nobody is budging. These guys are playing a very high intensity, high drama, stone cold bubble. $1,760 to 20th place. Nothing for 21st. And Gary Ewald making a stand. He's got Queen-8 of spades on the button. He jams all in for just under 12 big blinds. Preston, he's got a lower chip stack. He's got ace-deuce, a better hand as we can see, but not going to call it off for his tournament life. And I'm not sure what's going on with that, but Tim Rice did not get 8th place as we are still down to 21 players. That'd be a pretty impressive feat. Those are your payouts, though. Very juicy jumps there on this final table. We lost Eric Nordstrom in 22nd. He ran it 10-7 of hearts. He jammed all in late position. Young Michael Hedlund next door had 2 queens. They held up. That's what brought us down to the money bubble here. So we're on to the next one. RPT Dream Chaser, the 44th hand of our live stream today. Each hand so important. We're on the stone money bubble. These guys are trying to survive and advance and climb the ladder all the way up to $40,000 in RPT record-breaking prize pool. Record-breaking first place prize up for grabs. As it folds to Baker in the hijack, he raises the Queen-4 of diamonds. Preston Dean wakes up with 2 jacks. He rips it all in, and that will quickly get things done for him.
say all of them. I said one. I'm okay with picking up 100 and what 80 there. You can add chips, you just can't add 2 plus 2.
So these guys just waiting for the outer tables to finish as we are on this grueling hand-for-hand money bubble. 21 players remain. 20 are getting paid. Can you feel the drama?
And honestly, Baker, I figured you'd call there.
Diamonds with queen high.
Diamonds?
No, queen four diamonds. So that's why it's a snap fold, but it's something that if I open there, it has a chance
You've seen what happened to my
Not exactly the most exciting time for the viewers as we've got to wait in between hand-for-hand play here. The Sunday 315 Championship is underway. They just finished level 6. They're on their second break of the day. So if you want to play that, you've got 1 hour and 45 minutes to do so. No, just kidding. They'll take another break in an hour and a half when they come back, and then I believe it is could be a 1 hour dinner break. Let me check here.
Next hand, Dream Chaser.
We're dealing, guys. Cards are dead if you're not in near your chair. Real close to it.
Yeah, so the 315 Championship does have a 1 hour dinner break after level 9. They are currently on break. They'll be coming back to level 7. So you've still got time to play this tournament if you are within a few hours of Spirit Lake Casino listening to this live stream. The player of the series will win $5,000, and it's going to come down to the very last hand of the very last tournament. There's a ton of players in the running for that. Preston on the button. Going to raise to 120K with ace-6. We'll see if Leo wants to put him in the blender here with the 3 high and continue the aggression on the bubble here, but he does not.
all those chips, Leo, you don't call with that. I've noticed lately. Chip leader, shoving.
Next hand.
Feel him.
Leo back at it with the aggression. Jams 5-4 from the small blind. Does Aaron Rapp want to call it off on the stone bubble with ace-6 of clubs? He is looking to the heavens. He wants to phone a friend. What a spot here. He knows Leo could be doing it with any two cards, which we have seen. He has been doing that for the last orbit. Aaron with a very strong hand, blind on blind, ace-6 in the big blind. Going to be ahead of a ton of Leo's hands that he shoves with here. But he does have Aaron covered, and if Aaron is wrong or if Aaron loses this 5-card run out, he will be out the door with $0. He's starting this hand with 585K, so if he folds, he'll be down to 505, which is still 12.5 big blinds. Plenty of chips to find another spot to get that double up. Looks like he is leaning towards the fold. Let's see here. He is stuck in the blender. It's quite the predicament. He knows the scenario. Oh, he's cutting out chips now. He's got Leo talking a little bit. He gives it up. Is Leo going to peel? He shows a 5. He shows a 4. Oh, man. He shows him the 5 high like a boss, and Leo up to 1.5 million chips. Absolutely crushing this hand-for-hand bubble play is Leonardo Valenzuela. I'm not sure what kind of chip movement we've got going on at the outer tables, but we are still stuck at 21 players for who knows how long, folks. If you haven't already, make sure to like and share. We are going to bring this live stream to you all the way down to the final table until the final hand is dealt. We will crown our first ever Dream Chaser champion, good for $40,000 later this evening.
That's why I have to call that. Yeah, because I'm playing for the 40 and I double in that scenario, I'm going to be able to double through you and get you to stop jamming everybody in these spots. So that way you have to think about your next jam or two. Could you switch space? Well, if you lose 4 and he gets 4, yeah, because then you can go.
Guys, we have an alternate of call. Table 2. We can see it now. Chase party, looking to party. He's all in. He's got king, queen of spades moved in from the button. Curtain in the call for the small blind at ace-5.
Wow, I hear
Jack 8-3.
Chase Lardy all in with king, queen of spades against ace-5 on an outer table. Chase Lardy hits the 6-outer on the river. King ball to stay alive for the absolute party animal from Fargo, Chase Lardy. And we are going to continue hand-for-hand play, folks. Hand number 107, it feels like. This thing is dragging on. High drama. Biggest buy-in ever in North Dakota. You just love to see it.
See, I keep giving you the start to watch. No one follows them. Become a little more likely to call.
Leo with the bubble aggression. He's all in with Jack 3 of spades on the button. He's going to take down the blinds. There you see our chip counts here. For this group, Leonardo has more than twice as much as second place. Everybody else bunched together. Baker and Duffner on the 2 short stacks, 9 bigs and 5 bigs respectively, trying to hang on and make this money.
The bubble ensues. The tension rises.
Chad Himmelsbach under the gun. Pocket queens. He is sitting on 13 big blinds and change, about 14 big blinds. Does he want to open? Does he want to jam? Does he want to limp to induce Leonardo to make another crazy play? And he is just going to move all in. It is going to fold around all the way to the big blind, and that's going to get through. Easy does it there for Chad.
Don't worry. Final table, you'll have a rail.
A positive one? I've had a negative rail before.
Oh, I'm always positive.
I actually had a rail of people that I busted out of turn to send around to talk shit. It was an awkward final table with me.
Saw the ace first. I'm like, this might be the time.
Ooh.
And then like followed by seven.
What you said, go?
Dylan. You said Dylan. Dylan. Who's Dylan now? AJ Dylan.
On to the next hand here, of hand for hand play. Folds to Aaron Rapp at the cutoff. He's going to raise to 100K with ace-4. And it looks like Michael Baker moving all in on the button. He has an unknown hand. Oh my goodness. Gary Ewald looks down at 2 aces in the small blind. And he rubs his eyes like he's in excruciating pain, asking for a count. Wow. This could be the end of Michael Baker on the stone bubble. Gary has him covered. We don't know Michael's hand. Apparently the graphics were not correct because Gary folded. Definitely did not have 2 aces there. So I'm not sure what happened. It was not a Hollywood act. Somehow his cards were just not read correctly. And we're just going to move on to the next hand. Michael Baker going to take that pot.
All right, guys. Got a couple all-ins here.
Oh.
2 all-ins on opposite tables. So
Wow.
if both
2 all-ins on the 2 outer tables.
split 20 and 20,
Let's hear what happens.
we're going to run it out over here on table 2 first. Looks like Tyson Maxson is all in. He's got king 4. He's up against pocket 9.
Tyson Maxson all in with king 4 against pocket 9s for his tournament life.
Flop comes king 10-10. Tyson gets the flop.
Tyson smashes a king.
To avoid a 9 or runners to make a straight. Turns a 3. You just have to avoid a 9.
Can Tyson fade the 2 outer 9?
10 on the river.
He does. Tyson survives with the 3 outer.
Eric Hansen all in here. Carl made the call from the small blind.
So on table 1, Eric Hansen.
Eric Scott, ace 3 of spades.
Ace 3 for Eric against king queen for Carl. Eric's tournament life on the line. He's ahead so far.
Flop comes deuce 3-4 Two spades, great flop for Eric. He took away
Eric's all over it. He flops a pair and a straight flush draw.
can't be a spade.
Carl needs an offsuit king or a queen to take the lead.
Ace of clubs, that'll lock it up unless the river's an offsuit 5, that'll be a chop.
Offsuit 5 would be a chop.
Deuce. So
It's a
Eric
deuce.
doubled it.
Both short stacks double up, and these guys are not too happy to hear that, as they will resume hand-for-hand play on this money bubble. Wowzers. Why wouldn't this be the most stressful bubble ever on the biggest RPT tournament ever? It only makes sense, right?
Still hand for hand here. The bubble ensues.
Come here, we need to have a talk.
Queen 4 diamond, did you see that?
Bro, I folded.
What?
I'm gonna go back and look at all your jams, bro. Give me the
Oh, you'll be surprised.
You won't be surprised.
Shuffle up in the L315 Championship, 400, 800, 800, big blind ante. This is the start of level 7, 488.
Back to the action. Small on big. Chad raises ace 5 in the small blind to 160K. Preston Dean has queen 10 in the big blind. Preston has him covered just barely, it looks like, and he's cutting out some chips to see if he wants to defend this hand. Preston does slide in the call. So here we go. Pot in progress. Ace 5 for Chad, queen 10 for Preston. 8-5-3 on the flop. Chad's still out in front. He hits middle pair.
Raise queen 4, but you fold queen 9.
Queen 9 off. I don't like how you can watch how I play. That's not helping me.
Chad gonna bet the flop all in and quickly get things done. And we're on to the next.
Go. Next hand, yeah. I hope so.
Don't ask me.
Good, right?
On to the next hand. Leo makes a disciplined fold here under the gun with 8-3 offsuit. Does not feel like jamming it into the table this time around. Here we go. Preston all in with pocket nines after Michael Baker raised in the hijack with king eight of clubs. Mark Duffner had king queen in the big blind, and he had to give it up. He is down to 3.5 big blinds. Baker folds, and we're on to the next hand. About 20 hands into hand-for-hand play. This is some high-intensity stuff. Aaron Rapp under the gun. King, queen. He's all in. Folding around to the blinds. Mark with another close hand here. Ace 9 on the short stack. He gets out of the way. Not ready to go with that one. He's going to take the button and move on to the next. Thanks for watching, guys. Around 100 live viewers. 21 players remaining for our first ever $1,000 buy-in Dream Chaser event. These guys have been playing hand for hand for over an hour, it feels like. And we are still playing hand for hand. $1,760 to 20th place, 0 to the next player out. Back to it. Preston in the cutoff with 8-7 of clubs. He's going to limp in here. We'll see if this sparks an interesting hand as Leo picks up ace-king, and I bet he is going to jam that thing all the way in. We'll see how he elects to play. He is all in. 1.5 million, and that is going to get the job done.
I feel like you started doing that before we were on the boat.
Because we're on the soft belt. I do it a little.
Next hand.
Firmer it gets, the more you
Next hand, Jeff.
But you also have to understand the concept of power.
On to the next one, folks. It's going to be a long night if hand-for-hand play is going to just keep on keeping on. But we're here for it. We extended a few rooms. We're ready to cater to these poker players for as long as it takes in both of these tournaments. We've got cash games available as well. Come on down, Spirit Lake Casino and Resort, just south of Devil's Lake, North Dakota. This is the Dakota Jim Dandy Poker Festival. This is day 2 of the $1,000 Dream Chaser. 21 Dream Chasers still in the hunt. As Leo continues the punishment, 7-6 offsuit, he's all in on the button. And it's just incredible to watch somebody abuse the bubble as much as Leonardo is, and these guys can't do anything about it. It's pretty incredible.
15-minute break. If we do happen to lose a player here, still 15-minute break after this hand, guys.
Baker all in, blind on blind. He's got Jack 10. Gary cannot call with the 8 deuce.
Shuffle up the field. Dream Chaser. 25K, 50K. 50K big blind.
I tried to show you the
We're
setup.
still on the bubble.
So say I have your favorite
Looks
hand.
like water at the bottom on camera. That's what I was wondering when you met me. It showed me
Yeah.
when you said that.
After the hand goes out.
That's the only. You might. But I heard him say all in, so I wouldn't do it. I heard somebody else say it.
There you go. Stop there. Don't try to get
I wanted to see everybody can talk about me.
38 minutes.
That poor guy.
The largest RPT bubble ever. Global bubble. That reputation is burned.
When you jab. No, I had an ace, but I didn't have another ace with me. So I had two aces. Come up, he said that that's it. They said, what kind of respect did they get up there? I was gonna say, where are we at? What do you mean, what did I do?
You're the dang button. Don't take the first card. Oh, and then you'll have to.
Oh, you threw it right at me.
And then you just have to pause it.
Yeah, and then he goes, I remember that for a long time. He said he had Jack 5. When the card reader blew it off. He was like, man, way better. Stop, dump it. Jerry, is this the biggest tournament in North Dakota history?
Prize pool wise, you know, I
I think it is.
well, yeah, Keith put that on the post, you know, and I mean, I think so, but I don't know for the absolute fact because I mean, records. Why not at 1,800 or something? Right? Yeah. But it would have been $100. But it would, yeah, it would have been 80 to the prize pool, so I don't, you know, it would have been.
Jerry winds up the other tournament.
Blinds up into 315. 6, 12, 12. 600, 1200, 1200 big blind handy. This is start at level 8 in the 315 championship tournaments. Re-entry as well as late entries open through all nine. Once again, remember, there's only one re-entry in this Sunday championship event.
Yeah, I know. So.
That's how you get a walk, Baker, right here, buddy.
I wish I would have called at 9
Next stand.
Yep.
38.
Punchy.
Yeah. It should be 38.
Got it back. I got it in play first. Back to 38.
There you go.
Okay, now just let it run and then hit pause.
Is that your first rodeo?
Actually, track it would be easier. I know.
Once again, remember, do not expose whole cards during hand for hand play. Your natural reaction is to table your hand, but it may influence action at one of the other tables. do have 2 all-ins on opposite tables. We got 1 player all-in over here, 1 player all-in over here. We're going to run it over on the feature first. Remember, if they both bust, they will split 21st place money. Okay, Mark Duffner, all-in. He's got 3-7 of clubs. He's up against Michael Baker's Jack-10 offsuit. Flop comes King, Queen, 8. He can still catch a 3 or a 7 to take the lead, as well as backdoor clubs. Turn is a 6 of clubs. He can hit any club in the deck, or a 3 or a 7. Queen of hearts, too many outs for Mark Duffner. So now Mark is either going to take 21st in the bubble, or he will split 20th place over here, because we do have an all-in in the call. Kurt is all in. He's got aces up against Queen Jack, so he's a big favorite to not bust here, but we will run it out. Flop comes King, King, deuce. He's got to avoid backdoor spades, backdoor queens, or backdoor jacks, or running straight cards. Turns a 5 of spades. He has to avoid any spade in the deck on the river besides the ace of spades. 6 of hearts. Kurt will double there. Hold up with aces. That'll and mercilessly end hand for hand. Congratulations, players. You are now all in the money for the Dream Chaser.
Yeah, now they can take off the fucking
Shuffle up and deal.
I don't. What is Ranger? What? Congrats everybody on the money. You're not engraved, just the bubble boy. Large RPT.
I feel like for me, after all we talked about, the call there was Jack High. I feel like I deserve 7. Yeah, I feel like I deserve kind of respect for making that call with Jack High with how much crap he gave me that break with those calls.
When you guys do unfortunately bust the Dream Chaser, dealers make sure you say payout. Players don't leave until you get a payout slip. And then you will see Jaden over here up at the window that says payout. Thank you.
All right, guys. I am back. We are back. And And we did just hit the money. We lost Mark Duffner here on the feature table. Unfortunately, your stone bubble. Happy for these guys. They are down to 20. We are in the money for the biggest RPT tournament ever. $1,760 min cash is locked up. $40,000 on the horizon. So Leo pumped up his stack during hand-for-hand play. He was absolutely abusing these guys on the bubble. We'll see if he can continue to run it up here as we are fast approaching the final 18. That will be the final 2 tables. And once we get down to 9, we will break down to that final table where we are playing for some huge pay jumps. Aaron Rapp in the small blind. With 6 bigs, he's all in with ace-6 after Preston limped in with queen-jack in the cutoff. We'll see if he wants to commit another $255,000 for a chance to eliminate Aaron Rapp. He does not. So Aaron, happy to scoop those chips and stay alive here. 20 remain. On to the next hand. Chad Himmelsbach, he's got 12 big blinds. He's not going to play this one. Or is he? I feel like we just went in reverse or something. He's back to being under the gun with 12 big blinds. He's got ace-9 offsuit. They are short-handed, so that hand value going up in strength here. He knows how valuable it is to pick up these blinds and antes. He's only got 12 bigs to start this hand and be in the big blind next hand. Another experienced short stack player, though, so he knows what he's doing. Looks like he's going to open this one to 110,000. Leo in the cutoff with Jack-8 of hearts. Let's see if he wants to put Chad to the test or just let this one get through here. Hard to know what's going on in the head of Leonardo Valenzuela. He does make the call. And Gary finds the ace-9 of hearts in the big blind. He is all in for his last 320K.
Looks like Cody Hammer's all in.
Tough spot all of a sudden for Chad. Probably never going to call. Either he's going to re-jam or he is going to find a better spot and live with his 10 big blinds behind.
Flop comes 8-9-3. Turn it to 10. Ryan catch it with a 7 or a queen or a king or jack. Deuce off the river. Ace, queen, high.
And Chad does move all in. That's going to get Leo off, and Chad will be happy. There's some dead money in the pot for a chance to chop. 2 hearts into the muck there for Leo. We're going to run it out here and see if anything crazy happens. Gary's free rolling if he can hit running hearts. Not going to happen. Leo would have bricked out as well. They're going to chop up Leo's 110K plus the blinds and antes, and we're going to move on to hand number 62. Folds to Leo in the hijack. He's got ace 4 offsuit. He's getting out of the way. Baker, ace jack on the button. Oh, excuse me. Aaron Rapp all in first from the cutoff. Baker all in from the button. Baker's the one at risk. He has the best hand at the moment. Ace jack versus king queen. Here we go.
Ace jack versus king queen offsuit for Aaron Rapp. They have similar stacks. Flop comes queen 5-7. Aaron Rapp flops top pair.
Baker's hating life. Needs an ace quickly.
Baker can steal it with a king or an ace on the river.
Ace or a king. Can he hit it?
9. That will
Wow.
do it.
So that looks like that will be the end of Michael Baker. Unfortunate. He does make the money. He's your 20th place finisher, I believe. Frustrating for sure. That close to that final table, that close to 40,000. Aaron Rapp back up to around 1 million chips now.
All in pot here, pocket aces all in. Versus ace 9, he's a huge favorite to double. Flop comes jack 8 deuce. Turns to queen, he has to avoid a 10 on the river. And it's a 4, aces fold up. All in pot. Looks like Eric Hansen's all in at a risk. He's got ace king of clubs. Young Michael's got pocket 9s. Flop comes 7-4 deuce. Turn is a king to take the lead for Eric. He's just got to avoid a 9 now on the river. It's an 8. So Eric Hansen will double.
Wow, Eric Hansen all in with ace king versus Young Michael's pocket 9s on table 1, and Eric spikes a king on the turn to double up. Looks like we're paused here at the feature table, going to fill in with another player, or they may be breaking a table. I hear racks jingling. I definitely think they are breaking. Table 3.
for about an hour. I don't know. It was at least an hour. I was all 4, 5, 6 streams.
All right. Back at it here. Final 2 tables, and we've got some new players filling in. Tyler Colness with 1.4 million coming to the table. Matt Lintz, 1.4 million. Paul Oakes has 11 bigs, 595K. And Chase Lardy looking to party on the short stack with 6.5 big blinds. Here we go. Final 18 of the Dream Chaser. They're all smiles. Everybody's got money locked up. Final table on the horizon, $40,000 will be claimed by one of these 18 players. So if you didn't already know, guys, this whole weekend was a co-branded event, RPT and Dakota Poker Tour. So both tours, these tournaments count for points. And there have been some huge prize pools. So a lot of players will be shooting way up, if not into, I believe the winner of the Dream Chaser, the way the Dakota Poker Tour point system is set up, is going to shoot way out in front to be number 1 on their Player of the Year leaderboard. We'll see how it shakes up here after the weekend. You can check out DakotaPokerTour.com as well as RoughRiderPokerTour.com. We will both have our leaderboards updated here in the coming days. There's going to be a lot of moving and shaking. We'll see if somebody here can leapfrog Zach Byers. He has been number 1 on the leaderboard for the last few months. But there's been a lot of players surging through the ranks, like Kevin Selby's been on quite the heater. And Justin Olson is still alive here with a monster stack in this Dream Chaser. Those guys are all top 5 on the leaderboard. Zach made day 2, unfortunately, did not make the money in this thing, but I think he's in the $300 championship. We'll see how things shake up, folks, but there's a lot of poker left to be played today. $5,000 player of the series on the line. And in a little over a month, we will crown the Player of the Year. That is.
And he hits it. And he's dancing. Michael Headland's going to double up.
Young Michael just doubled up on the outer table. Good for him. And Preston get a jam over Leonardo, and he is going to scoop those chips, and we're on to the next one. So thanks again, guys, for watching. We'll be back here in about 5 weeks, 5 or 6 weeks, New Year's weekend. We will have the Casino State Championship, $200 buy-in, 4 flights, estimated $150,000 prize pool. Book your rooms while you still can here at Spirit Lake Casino. There's plenty of hotels inside the city of Devil's Lake as well. We're also inducting the first 3 members into the newly created Rough Rider Poker Tour Hall of Fame. And they are some legends, let me tell you. I can't reveal them yet, but they are big names. Well deserved here for the RPT Hall of Fame. Find out who they are come New Year's weekend. Right back here at Spirit Lake Casino and Resort.
That first hand.
Chad Himmelsbach in the cutoff, all in with 2 9s. Folds to Preston. He folds. T. Cole's got Jack 6. He's out of there from the big blind. And we're on to the next one.
I'm glad I had position on him all day. He had position on me. Yeah. Oh my God. We can only get bailed out so many times this weekend.
Back to it here. 2 tables remaining. Dream Chaser. Gary Ewald, he's got 10 bigs. He's all in with King Jack of Spades. Middle position. It's going to fold to the blinds. And they are both out of there. Gary scooping 125K to his stack. Jess Kendall back in the box here dealing. Her and Benny have been swapping back and forth today. They're doing a great job as always. Looks like I see some notes from yesterday during the FPN State Championship Jess was dealing there. Her nickname is on this page here, Jess Cold Deck Kendall. It kind of rolls off the tongue here. I'll try to see if it sticks. Preston in the cutoff, going to raise to 150,000 with the King Queen offsuit. Leo, 2 7s in the big blind. Let's see if he puts them to the test.
Blinds are up in the 315 championship event. 816, I believe. Yep, 800, 1600, 1600 big blind ante. This is the last level for re-entry as well as the late entry. There will be an hour-long dinner break, guys, after this level. There's 5 to 6 and then 6 o'clock.
Leo just defending with the 7s, taking the conservative route. Flop comes ace, king, 6. Not exactly what Leo had in mind. Preston out in front with middle pair, and he's going to bet it. Leo is not folded yet. He might have some plans for this hand. Turn it into a bluff and make Preston fold everything that's not a big ace here. Could be going through Leonardo's mind. He is going to think better of it, though.
Carl's got kings from the small blind. He's got Tyson and young Michael covered. They're both all in.
Wow, 3-way all in at the outer table.
Yes! Let's go! Ace, Tyson, X, and flops trip aces. Turn is a queen. 5 of diamonds on the river, so I believe that will bust young Michael in 18th place. Tyson will double through Carl and eliminate Michael in the process.
Wow. Big 3-way all in. Carl Wallen had both Tyson and young Michael covered with pocket kings. Flop comes ace, ace, 4. Tyson flops trip aces. It stays true to the river. He triples up, and young Michael going to bust on the side to Carl. Good run for him. He's going to be your 18th place finisher. Tyson living on the edge, still alive. Carl was one of the big stacks the last time I was in the main room there. I think he could afford that hit, but we're down to 17, and Paul Oakes is raising it up with the ace-10 of diamonds here to 170,000. Chase Lardy on the short stack. He is looking to get it in ASAP. Cannot do so just yet. And that raise will get through for Paul. Chad Himmelsbach, ace-jack of clubs. He's going to raise in early position. 110,000. Preston's got a queen, king-queen of hearts, pretty looking hand. He makes the call. Right next door, Tyler Colness with deuces. Does he want to set mine here looking for a deuce? He is going to get out of there. Chase cannot get his chips in the middle just yet. Aaron folds threes in the small blind. Matt folds 10-3. So threes and deuces both into the muck. Let's see if they would have found a set here. As ace-jack going up against king-queen. Queen, 8-5. Oh my, action flop here. Top pair, king kicker for Preston, nut flush draw for Chad, and he checks it. And Preston going to bet it quickly. 175,000. Interesting spot for Chad if he wants to go for the check jam, if he wants to go for the check call. He's definitely not folding on this flop. And he does move all in, and Preston is going to get a count. And I think he's going to probably have to make this call. He is ahead, as we see.
Looks like Cordell has got pocket tens. He's all in up against Carl's ace-queen of clubs.
So Preston does make the call. Chad needs an ace or a club quickly.
Four, top pair, top kicker for Carl.
There it is for Chad, the check mark, 4 of clubs. And an ace of diamonds for good measure on the river. Chad banking back up to 1.5 million. And on the outer table, Cordell Schroeder, he came in as your day 2 chip leader. He got it in with pocket tens up against Carl Wallen's ace-queen. And he lost that race. Carl flopped a queen, and it held up to the river to send Cordell packing in 17th place. We are down to 16 in the Dream Chaser. Chad Himmelsbach, big time double up here on the feature table to 1.5 million.
This is my favorite hand. I wasn't lying.
Leo in the cutoff, ace 8. He's going to raise to 110,000, folding to the blinds. And that's going to get through there for Leo, it looks like.
Or did I write it in the right spot? Yeah, you wrote it on 17. That's why I was like, how 17? It's okay.
Preston shaking his head there. He's still reeling from that pot against Chad. He's still got, looks like, around 400,000, so we'll see if he can rebound and stay alive. Chase Lardy found the ace 4. He is all in. Leo's got 8-7 of hearts. Does he want to make the call to try to bust Chase? He's still got several players behind him. Looks like he's going to make the gamble here with the 8-7. See if anybody else wakes up with a hand. Oh, he's going to 3-bet to 400K with the 8 high. Interesting play from Leo here. Chad has to let a nice looking Queen Jack go. So, Chase in good shape to get back to 525,000. He is ahead. Flop comes 10-8-3, not anymore. He needs an ace or runners to make a straight or a flush. 6 of spades, needs an ace. 8 of clubs. Trips for Leo to bust Chase Lardy, looking to party in 16th place. Great run for him. We are down to 15, and Leonardo, the rich get richer. He is up to 1.8 million.
$1,910.
D. Cole under the gun, ace 5. He is staying disciplined here on this feature table. He's got 24 big blinds. He's not playing the ace 5 offsuit just yet. Wow, Preston in the big blind with ace-king gets a walk. He was ready to go to war with that hand, but he's going to have to just take down the 25K from the small blind and move on with his life. We'll see if the future mayor of Hendron, Minnesota, Tyler Colness, can catch some fire here on this feature table. He is always a fan favorite.
Oh, wait, let's see. I'll let you know.
Oh, wow. Aaron Rapp. 2 black aces.
I didn't have the ace. I had the second pair, the queen.
Preston, is he looking to get a little spicy with the Jack 5? No, he's not. Let's see if Tyler can avoid disaster. He does indeed. Aaron going to take that on to the next one. Floating around 80 live viewers right now on Facebook alone, not including the FPN stream, which is also running this live stream table, as well as the Rough Rider Poker Tour YouTube page. Thank you for watching, guys. Somebody's going to win a record-breaking $40,000 for first place in this Dream Chaser event. Somebody's also going to take home the $5,000 Player of the Series award. It is a tight race at the top. Several players within a few points that are also still in this tournament, and several players looking for more points are in the 315 No Limit Hold'em Championship event. Late registration goes all the way until 6 o'clock for that. They are taking a 1-hour dinner break, I believe, at 5. Matt Lentz, one of the new players here, has been having a good day too. He's bringing 1.2 million chips over, and he's looking down at 2 queens. And that'll do it for hand number 74. Over to Matt Lentz. Not sure where Matt is from. I'm not familiar with him. He might be the only player left in the field that I don't know anything about. I take that back. Paul Oakes is here too. I'm not sure where Paul is from. I don't think I've seen him on the RPT before, but these could be some Dakota Poker Tour guys coming from the eastern part of the state as well. So Chad Himmelsbach, early position, ace-8 of diamonds. He's going to make it 110. And Tyler Kolnis looks down at 2 queens on the button. Let's see how he wants to play. He's got enough chips where I don't think he needs to jam all in. He could probably make a sizing with a raise here. Let's see what he elects to do. He is going to stick in a raise. It looks to be $345K. I like that sizing. Just about, just over 3x Chad's raise. And I think that is going to end things here. Unless Chad has other plans for the ace-8 of diamonds, but he is out of there. T-Skull, the world traveler himself. If you don't know anything about Tyler Kolnis, he's one of the most interesting people you'll ever met. He spent some time in Hawaii, some time in New Zealand. He's traveled all over the place. He had his biggest cash, I think it's been about 3 or 4 years now. He got 4th place in MSPT at Canterbury in the Twin Cities for like $33,000. What did he do with that money? He took his family and loved ones on a vacation to Spain, because that's the kind of guy that T. Cole is. He's all about people. He's all about life experiences. He's all about putting a smile on your face. That is Tyler Colness in a nutshell. Always rooting for him here on the RPT. As Preston Dean finds Ace King in the hijack, he is all in for $385,000. And that'll get the job done for Preston.
Dream Chaser blinds are up. 30K, 60K, 60K big blind action.
So we're playing 30K, 60K next hand here on the Dream Chaser. These short stacks are getting even more shallow now as we are approaching the final table, just 6 eliminations away. Paul Oakes under the gun has King Jack. He is all in. We'll see if he gets any resistance. Looks like Leo needs a count. He's got ace 10. Wow. Leo going to make the discipline lay down. Didn't want to run into something crazy from the blinds. They're going to get out of the way. And that'll do it. Paul Oakes, King Jack, he is making it work. Taking the blinds and antes on to hand number 78. Pretty close chip stacks there, the top 4. 1.7, 1.3, 2 players at 1.2. Preston and Paul, the 2 bottom stacks, but they've still got some fight. 9 and 8 big blinds here. Folds to Matt Lentz. He's going to raise queen 6 on the button. Paul Oakes looks like he's going to defend the big blind with 10-9 of clubs. Here we go to a flop. King, queen, 7. Matt takes the lead. He was in the lead, but he hits a pair of queens.
Hour-long dinner break here. In 7 minutes, re-entry and late entry will still be open through the dinner break.
Two pair now for Matt as he's going to continue once again. Paul picks up a double gut shot straight draw. Not interested in trying to catch a jack or an 8. He is going to fold. Pot over to Matt Lentz. And there is the Dream Chaser Trophy, courtesy of our friends at Dakota Awards in Bismarck. We started awarding these trophies earlier this season. They are the sickest trophies we've ever done, that's for sure. Leo, queen 10 of diamonds, going to raise to 125,000. Chad Himmelsbach looks down at 2 kings on the button. So here comes Chad with the 3-bet, looks like. Gonna make it 310,000. Gonna fold back over to Leo.
Rivers and Kings, so Gary's going to be doubling up.
Leo gonna make the call there with queen 10 of diamonds. So big pot in progress. Chad out in front with the kings. We'll see if Leo can smash the flop on him. Ace, 10, 8, 1 diamond. Concerning flop for Chad. The overcard hits. Leo checks it. We'll see if he wants to check it back or try to put some pressure back on Leo. Chad obviously going to be very weary of the check raise. This board is absolute nightmare for him. Leo doesn't know that. So he is going to cut out some chips. See where he's at here. $180K. So now if Leo is putting Chad on a hand like he has, kings, queens, jacks, can Leo take control and maybe represent this ace? But he's content to just call. He's got middle pair, he's got backdoor straight and flush draws. So this pot is up to 1.1 million, and we're going to head to the turn, and wow, what a turn card it is. The 9 of diamonds. Leo now adds a gut shot straight draw as well as a flush draw. Chad has 670K behind. That is a nasty card if Leo had some sort of draw, some sort of open-ender type hand. Also, he knows Leo can have some sort of hand containing an ace. So Chad, left with 11 big blinds on the turn, is going to check back. I like that play. He's going to let the river card peel, and it's a 4 of spades. So Leo, he may not think his 10 high or his pair of 10s is going to be good at showdown. We'll see if he wants to seize control and turn this hand into a semi-bluff. But he's going to check, and I think Chad's going to be pretty happy to check it back. I don't think there's any scenario where Chad can put Leo on an ace and get him off the hand. Leo shows the queen 10 of diamonds. Chad happily turning over kings, and he is going to scoop that nice pot, bringing him up to 1.8 million. That was some good poker being played there between two very talented players. It's easy to say what they should or could do while I'm watching in the booth looking at their hole cards, but in the moment that is some high pressure situation stuff for sure. With this much money on the line, a couple bust outs away from the final table. Nice hand there for Chad. So Leo down to 1.2 million. That is still 20 big blinds. No reason to be concerned.
Finish the hand you're on. Hour-long dinner break, guys. We'll be back at 6.
And the $300 championship tournament is going on their 1 hour dinner break right now. So if you're on your way to Spirit Lake Casino and you're listening, you have 1 hour to get into our final tournament of the Dakota Jim Dandy Poker Festival weekend. Meanwhile, Paul Oakes on the button, ace-8 of spades. He's all in, and the blinds can't do anything about it. He's going to ship that one. Much needed chips for his short stack.
Looks like we just lost Cody Hammer in 15th place.
And Cody Hammer going to bust in 15th on the outer table. We're down to 14 in the Dream Chaser.
Cody will cash for $2,210.
The outer table features Justin Olson, Carl Wallen, a couple other talented poker players. Getting closer and closer to that final table. T. Cole on the button. He's got a mystery hand. Looks like he wants to raise it. $130,000. Leo with the king 5 of clubs in the small blind. He's going to give it up. Aaron with ace 5 is going to call for $130,000. We don't know Tyler's cards, but we know Aaron's. Tyler has him covered here. Here we go, heads up to the flop. Not sure what we got going on here. 8-4 deuce. Aaron with ace high. A 3 would make him the wheel. Tyler, we're not sure what he's got going on. He's going to check it back, though. Board pairs 8s on the turn. See if Aaron wants to pounce. But he's content to check a second time. Tyler with a down bet, 65,000. Looks like Aaron putting in a raise, sensing some weakness there. Back on T. Cole. Looks like Aaron is going to take that pot down. Still don't know what Tyler had, but under the gun, Chad Himmelsbach, he's got Queen Jack of clubs. Matt Lentz, Queen Jack of Hearts, he calls from the big blind. So Queen Jack versus Queen Jack. The flop comes 10, 5, 4, 2 hearts, 1 club. Wow. Chad going to continue for 100K. We'll see if Matt is going to do any check raising, but he just calls. He's got the 2 overs and the heart flush draw. They both have the same hand, as we can see. 5 of diamonds on the turn, no help to either. And Matt is going to take control now, and looks like he's going to slide out a bet. And Chad's going to get out of the way, so pot over to Matt Lentz. I'm going to run out onto the tournament floor really quick, guys. I will be right back. Actually, I'll wait for this hand to finish. Preston Dean found Jack 10. He's all in. Leonardo Valenzuela has King Jack of diamonds. Another conservative lay down for Leo. We saw him fold the ace-10 earlier to a shorter stack, all in, with several players left to act. We'll see if Preston is going to get this one through. It looks like he is indeed. All right, guys, I will be right back.
All in pot. Paul Oaks all in with ace jack up against pocket eights. Flop is jack 4-4. Turn is a 7. He needs to avoid an 8. 9 on the river. Paul Oaks will double.
little better than that.
Okay, guys, I don't want to disturb the action at all, but I just want to let you guys know that the 5K player series could come down to participation points, for example. So if you already have a cash this weekend, I don't know who does or doesn't, you might want to consider dropping a stack in 315. If you don't have any of the caches, probably not worth it because you'd also have to cash in that tournament to make any more points. You can choose to do that. Anybody can drop a stack in the tournament until 6 o'clock. Like I said, it could come down to whether you even buy into that turn or not, because you get 3 points for buying. Hey, out. Okay, I'm going to be removing the big blind then. Okay. So Leonardo, come up.
Oh man. Okay, that's not gonna stack Preston's. See you in a bit, Leo. Yeah. You too, buddy.
What did you have? Did you? I don't know if you can reach your hand out here. Did you have 5? No, it goes to 5 on the flop. Was it 5 on the flop? Yeah.
I thought you had I almost raised your free.
Yeah. Nice hand. Should've fucked up.
I figured I could represent that was big board for big blind. Lost deal.
Shouldn't have even bet that. Should've checked that. Shouldn't even bet that. Just check that.
Yeah,
Exploited.
yeah, I was like,
I almost just rejammed it. I was like, yeah, I just rejammed it.
yes.
Go 10 more.
Oh my goodness. I picked an interesting time to come back to the stream here. T. Cole. Looks like he just lost a lot of chips. But he has 2 aces here on the button. Matt Lentz raised with 8s. Paul Oakes. Paul Oakes calls with 10s. And T. Cole just going to smooth. Leave himself 85K behind. Interesting here. Interesting. He is a big favorite. Let's see what this flop brings. Aces versus 10s versus 8s. 6-5-5. Everybody thinks that's a good flop for them. Matt Lentz cutting out some chips. Under the gun. He finds a flop he likes. I think, but Paul with the 10s and T. Cole with the aces both going to get their chips in the middle. That is if the card readers are correct, and these are the exact hands they are holding. I think that's just what's going to happen every time on this flop. We're down to 12 players, by the way. We just lost Kevin Clyde on an outer table, as well as Kurt Street over the last 10 minutes. Paul folded the 10s? My goodness. What a fold. He would have been good on the side, as we can see. Tyler with aces. Matt with 8s. Paul wishing he had those 10s back for the side pot. Uh-oh. Big trouble for T. Cole. He needs to fade a 9, 8, or a 4. River card coming. Ace. Ace is full for T. Cole. What a sweat, and he is back to 800,000. As we can see, Paul, his 10s went into the muck. He would have won a nice side pot, but we are going to move on to the next one. 12 players left, 6 players on 2 tables. They're approaching those huge final table pay jumps, $40,000 at the end of the tunnel here. Yeah, 15 minutes. Well, I'm watching it live. Yes. Hey, Jerry. Come back. That hand, I came in. The other guy pulled it. Yeah, he folded it. Would have won a big sidewalk. Yeah. Paul Oakes. All right, on to hand 88. Aaron Rapp in the small blind. 8-7 of clubs. So it is 5:30 p.m. real time here. Half hour left of registration for the $315 Sunday Championship event. There is still a very tight race for the $5,000 player of the series. Jerry's going to let all these guys know when registration is closing, because a lot of them that are in the hunt are probably going to want to drop a stack and get 3 participation points to jump into that 315 championship, and we might see some players running back and forth multi-tabling. We have had that happen before. Back at the first time we were at Skydancer in February on Saturday night, Kyle Simpson was at the final table of the Big O State Championship and the final table of the Saturday Night Hold'em at the same time, running back and forth between hands. Pretty crazy to see. Leif Jurgensen, who just won our Montana Player of the Year a week ago today, that's what he was doing as well. So it's pretty cool. These guys picking up crucial points, hopping into tournaments while they're still playing in their main tournaments. I'm sure a few players will do that here in about a half an hour when they come back from a dinner break. So blind on blind, Matt going to raise to 160K with pocket sixes. Chad's got 7 deuce of hearts, but it looks like he's got something going through his head here. So Chad taking some inventory. Is he just saving face? Now he does slide in a big raise. $425K. We'll see if Matt wants to rip it all in, or just call, or potentially even fold. Pretty high pressure situation.
With 2 6s. Eric Hansen's got 2 black 8s. Huge pot. Leonardo's at risk. Flop comes ace, king, 4. He can only get it if a 6 appears. Turns a 3. He needs a black 6 on the river. But it's a 10 of hearts.
Wow, we just lost Leonardo on the outer table. 6s into 8s. Eric Hansen claimed that elimination. Huge pot. $27.90 for Leo in 12th place. Wow, what a run. He was one of the chip leaders most of day 2. Just got moved to the outer table to balance tables, and apparently things were not going his way over there. And he is our 12th place finisher, Leonardo Valenzuela. In the running for player of the series, he is definitely going to drop a stack in this 315 championship.
Next hand is a dream chaser. Your blinds are up 400. Sorry. 40, 80. 40,000, 80,000.
So we're going to 40K, 80K next hand, as Matt Lentz is absolutely in the blender here after Chad 3-bet him from the big blind. And he's going to give it up. Nice play from Chad, making the 7 deuce work wonders. I don't mind the fold from Matt there. If Chad isn't bluffing, he's got 2 overs or an over pair every time. And Matt just wasn't ready to flip it off just yet, as we are so close to that final table. And welcome back to the box, Jessica. Jess Cold Deck Kendall, ready to deal some coolers. Thank you for your service, Benny. You were a great dealer as always. Folds to the hijack. T. Cole. We're playing 40K, 80K now. He's got 10 bigs, and he's got 10-8 of clubs. He is going to make the disciplined lay down there. Aaron with the ace-4 in the cutoff. Looks like he's going to cut out a raise. To 150K. They might be playing 30-60 this hand, actually. Or maybe they're making him complete it to a minimum raise. Anyways, he's got ace-4. Paul Oakes has queen-9. He looks like he's thinking about getting a little sticky in the big blind. Very shallow stacked. Paul looking to bink something here and go with it. King 7-3, that is not Paul's neighborhood. Looks like Aaron gonna put him in. He quickly folds. Nice aggression there from Aaron Rapp. 11 players remaining. $1,000 Dream Chaser, the inaugural Dream Chaser, our first ever $1,000 buy-in. Let us know in the comments if you played, and let us know what you think about this whole weekend in general, because I heard a ton of positive feedback, and a lot of players asked me, when's the next time you're doing another $1,000 buy-in? Well, let me tell you guys, we'll get back to you. This weekend has been a blur of crazy madness, poker, short nights of sleep, long days of work. So we're going to let the dust settle. We're all going to get home on Monday and rest and recover. And then we will get to the drawing board. And as soon as we know something, you'll know something. But yeah, we found out yesterday that there is absolutely an appetite for the $1,000 buy-in tournament here in North Dakota, and we couldn't be happier. Matt Lintz in the cutoff. He's got ace-queen. That's going to raise it. 375K. Chad with ace-4 of hearts. He just 3-bet him with the 7 deuce of hearts, blind on blind. And he is not looking to do the similar thing there. Paul Oakes, he's going to fold queen jack of clubs. And Preston, with his hands on his head, thinking if he wants to play the king 10 in the big blind. Two players away from the final table. He's going to fold. 27.90 to the next two players out. And then pay jumps from 9th on up. And they are some nice jumps indeed. Folds to Chad Himmelsbach, and the cutoff, he's got queen 10. He's going to raise to 180, and Paul Oakes finds two queens. He is quickly moving all in, looks like. Says he's got 200K, but he is putting out a lot more than that. So it looks like we've got his chip count wrong. Nonetheless, I think it's going to be way too much for Chad when it comes back around. But T. Cole here with a hand. No, he's in the muck. So folding back over to Chad. 680K he's got. It said he had 200. Way too much for Chad. He's out of there. Nice pot for Paul Oakes, and we play on. 11 players remaining. Jaden might need you. I hear her talking about you. So that hand is going to get a walk for Aaron Rapp. On to the next one, just 6 short hands away from 100 hands on this feature table today. 2 eliminations away from the final table. 5:42 p.m. real time. We were thinking at the start of the day that this tournament might be over by 7:10 p.m., but it is not looking that way now. We might not even be at the final table by 7:10 p.m. That's still an hour and a half away, so it could happen in the next 7 to 10 minutes, but hand-for-hand play really dragged on today, so that kind of slowed things down. Folds to Aaron in the small blind. He's got ace-7. He's going to raise to 190 with the ace-7, and Matt has the queen-10 of diamonds in the big blind. See if he wants to defend it. Looks like he's cutting out some calling chips. He does make that call. Here we go, heads up to a flop. 5, 5, 4, 2 spades. No help for either player. Aaron with a continuation bet, 250K. That puts 710K in the pot, of course. On to hand 95.
All in hot. Gary Ewald. He's got 10 deuce of clubs versus ace-5 of clubs for Tyson Maxson. Looks like Tyson will double.
Tyson Maxson doubles up on the outer table through Gary Ewald. We are still at 11 remaining. Small on big. Matt gonna complete with 7-5, and Chad has the king-queen of hearts. How does he want to proceed? He is going to check. Ace, 7, Jack, 2 hearts. Matt takes the lead with bottom pair, but Chad has a gutter and a flush draw. And Matt leads out for 100K. Let's see how Chad wants to play it now. He's definitely not folding. He's going to put in the call. Here we go to the turn. 9 of clubs he picks up. He doesn't have any extra outs. The same outs he had before. Matt's still ahead with a 7. He checks it now. Does Chad want to peel a free river, or does he want to try to take the hand right here and now? He's got so much equity Looks like he's going to cut out some chips, though. And I don't think Matt is going to be able to continue with bottom pair of sevens. If he does indeed bet this, he does bet the turn. $190,000. And that is the fold there from Matt. Nicely done from Chad Himmelsbach. He's back to 1.5 million. Matt Lintz at 725,000. 11 players remain, and there are your payouts for the final table. Huge pay jumps from 9th to 1st. So much money up for grabs, these guys. Record-breaking tournament, record-breaking prize pool. We're going to break down player by player, it looks like. Chad Himmelsbach. 23% VPIP. There's his pre-flop raise percentage. The whole 9 yards. Aaron Rapp, ace-4 in the cutoff. He's going to cut out a raise to 200,000. Paul Oakes, no thank you from the big blind, and we're on to hand 97. Aaron with pocket 10s now raises to 200,000 from the hijack. Preston, king 10 of diamonds, looks like he wants to see a flop with it. He is going to slide in the call from the big. Flop comes 5 deuce deuce, 1 diamond. Great flop for pocket 10s of Aaron. And I think he's probably just going to put Preston all in here on the flop. We shall see. Oh no, Preston with the donk lead. And Aaron quickly puts Preston all in, and now all of a sudden he's got 275K behind. That is only 3 big blinds and change. 3.5 big blinds. Unfortunate spot that Preston put himself in, but he's going to fold and live to see another day. On to the next one. Small on big. Preston all in with ace-4. T. Cole with the 8-5. Also on the shorter stack. Does he want to gamble it off here? I think his hand is just too weak and his stack is just too short. I don't think he is going to give this one a whirl. So he does fold. Sucks to give up 160K there, big blind and big blind ante, but Tyler does get out of the way. And we're on to the next. Chad in the hijack raises it up with queen 4. Paul Oakes with an unknown hand is all in. Looks like this is going to end things quickly. Paul back up to 1.2 million. Hasn't even had to get to showdown. He just keeps chipping up. That is the way to do it.
Looks like we just lost Gary Ewald in 11th place.
Wow, Gary Ewald. 11th place finisher on the outer table. We are on the final table bubble, down to 10 players. Once we lose one more, we will take a short break to get all these players filled in and get their information and chip counts. I'll let you know when that happens, so you viewers can take a little break as well. Paul Oakes raises it up to 200K with pocket 9s. T. Cole on the short stack found pocket 5s on the button. He's got 5 big blinds with 2 5s in his hand. Not meant to be. Disciplined fold from him. High drama, high pressure situation. Every hand one player away from this illustrious final table of our first ever $1,000 buy-in Dream Chaser. I should say first inaugural because this tournament was a hit, and I guarantee you we'll be doing it again every year for the foreseeable future. And judging by the turnout, we're definitely going to be trying to add some more bigger buy-ins for future casino events. So just stay tuned for any and all details that break on that. But until then, enjoy this live stream, and we hope to see each and every one of you back here for New Year's Casino State Championship. Gonna be absolutely huge. Right now, Jerry is pausing play to let these guys know if they are in the hunt for the player of the series and they want to buy in and drop a stack in the other tournament. Now is their chance to do so. And there goes T. Cole. You know he's doing it. Yep, I just hear Jerry. He's got 2 people dropping a stack in. Yeah, Preston's got the Sammy Farha look. That's when you know he is ready to get up out of there and get to the parking lot to smoke him if you got him. Chico folding the 10-7? Unbelievable. So blind on blind, Matt Lance. He's going to give Paul a walk. 10-4 offsuit, good for the pot there.
Oh, I don't know.
2 minutes. 3:15 dealers and players, 2 minutes. Last chance here to get into the championship tournament.
Oh, wow, it looks like we just lost Preston Dean. Queen Jack to Jack 10. He got it in good. Paul Oakes turns a 10, and these guys are on the final table. Unfortunate there for Preston. He is your final table bubble boy. We are down to 9, and we are about to climb some very huge ladders all the way to $40,000. We're going to take a short break, guys. We'll see you in about 15, 20 minutes when we get these guys back ready to roll.